Subra. And it so happened that the conversation went into this CIPD, CIPD level 5, and I already know about this program because my Petronas Leadership Center has embarked on at least now I think 2 or 3 cohorts. Level 5. Already got a few graduates from level 5. So I'm aware. In fact, when I was in Leadership Center, I was one of those people that negotiated with the partner in Singapore for the program, and so I kind of had to know what it is all about. We didn't run level 3, but we went straight into level 5 for our staff, who are mainly specialists in learning and development. So I don't know, in the future, Subra, maybe if this works, maybe I would reach out to Leadership Center, our Petronas Leadership Center, and let them do the level 5 with SMR instead. You know, why should we go through Singapore? You know, we should go through the local providers instead. Because that is actually the mantra of Petronas is about developing nation as well. You know, helping build the human resources of the nation. So I think that could be the rallying call for Petronas Leadership Center to adopt as the Cyberjaya College for the level 5 as IPD certification.
Yeah, because the SMR didn't have the level 5 then.
I see.
Now we have a level 5, and we are aiming for level 7 as well.
Level
so
7
we will have
level 7 is the EE, right?
Level 7 is
experience assessment, right? No,
that's sorry. They also have classroom.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, but it's very much a project and thesis basis.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you. So that's a bit of a snapshot of how I came about to be here. Moving on. So basically, we're talking about, I hope you know that this is an associate diploma, and we are embarking on the specialist modules. So the first module is the title is Supporting Self-Directed and Social Learning. All right, so a bit, you already told you roughly a bit about myself. I started out as a teacher in Seremban for a boarding school, Sekolah Dato' Abdul Razak Sedah, Seremban. If you're familiar with that school, I taught chemistry for A levels for 3 years. Before that, I graduated in chemistry from University of Wales, UK, and then I joined the Curriculum Development Center, which is the Ministry of Education department, where we developed the curriculum, the science and maths curriculum. And it's during that tenure that I was sent to Houston for Masters in Curriculum and Instruction. I don't know, like, like for me, everything seems to fall in place, because when I did my curriculum instruction, it sort of prepared me for the learning and development career, which I will have in Petronas, which I would then went into Petronas. Somehow it just clicks, because what I did in my master's is really applicable to what I was doing in Petronas Leadership Center. So in the Petronas Leadership Center, as Subra said, my role was more of a learning and development. Initially, I wasn't a specialist. Initially, I was just a normal L&D practitioner, working with a lot of, like Subra said, companies within Petronas and outside Petronas, and that's where I met Subra. We did a major consulting project with Indonesian partner to Petronas, which is Transportasi Gas Indonesia, in competency modeling.
Yeah.
That was a good experience. And recently, I personally had, Subra, just for your knowledge, recently I had worked with CIPD to develop the new model, competency model for Petronas human capital development, which is basically developing the ruler with CIPD. So I gained some insights into how we can improve the way we do competency modeling based on CIPD.
Yep.
And that was a good experience. So I was there for a couple of years, and then after that, Petronas Leadership Center decided to embark on a specialist ladder, because in Petronas we've got a dual career ladder. When I say dual career ladder, is basically you can either choose to be in the management ladder, and this is where you begin with an executive, then you become senior executive, and then you become manager, and then you become senior manager, and finally general manager. And if you're good enough and fortunate enough, you can become a VP and so on. But basically that is what we call management ladder, and it's quite normal in an organization. That is a ladder. But in Petronas, we also have for all trades in Petronas, whether you're an engineer, whether you're in the finance, whether you are in marketing. Because Petronas is so large, it has everything. It's like working for a country. It's got everything, right? So we are very fortunate. So they decided for the learning and development fraternity that we should have a specialist ladder. So that was in early 2000, I think 2004 or 5 or 6, I can't remember exactly. So we launched, Petronas launched that specialist ladder so that we can be we can be immersed, we can be specialized in our trade, which is a learning and development. It is recognized as a trade, and we can get promoted. An equivalent promotion of a manager, we call ourselves staff. I don't know why we call it staff, but it's called staff. This is applicable to all the trade. They call staff at the lowest level, and that's equivalent to manager. And then as you progress, you can go to the next level, which is the equivalent of senior manager in the management ruler. Then that is called, we call ourselves principal. So that's equivalent of SM. And finally, if you are good enough, you'll be selected to become the creme de la creme, which is called the custodian, which is equivalent to the GM. And I don't know why they call custodian, because in the US, custodian means differently. Do you know what custodian is called? Who are the custodians in the US? Anyone? A custodian is the one who looks and cleans the toilet.
Oh, okay.
So not in the UK, but in the US, they call custodian. So when people say, "Oh, let me talk to the custodian," or "Let me ask the custodian," it means the person who looks after the toilet lah.
Oh, okay. We didn't know that. We hear custodian as the person who is accountable to hold a certain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but not in the US. You know, US is usually the opposite. They don't want to be the same as the British. Probably they do that as a rebuke to the British. They're quite anti-British lah. In that sense. Yeah. So I was fortunate enough to go through the whole rung of staff and then principal, and the last 5 years in Petronas Leadership Center, I was the custodian for learning and development. So I was very fortunate to be at the pinnacle of my career towards the end. So, you know, quite an illustrious experience, but albeit in Petronas, you know, so I always say learning and development is very contextual. You know, the word that you must remember is contextual. Everything is contextual. I mean, it depends. My experience, although it's 20 years or more, is in Petronas. So what I will share with you a lot is what we did in Petronas. So hopefully it either rings a bell with you or not, you know. So it is contextual. My context is Petronas. So your context might be different. So it's important for me to see things from your perspective, from your context as well. So every time I share my perspective, it would be good if you can also see whether that applies to your context. And I think that's where we learn from each other. So I hope I'm not boring you, because I think I can talk lah, you know, I can talk until the end of tonight. But sometimes I would like to also listen your thoughts as well. My belief in learning and development, I can tell you for sure, and this has been developing from my early years in Petronas, and towards the end of Petronas, it becomes stronger and stronger. And I see evidences of success from my belief, and in applying what I believe in L&D. And because you guys are lecturers, lecturers, I was a lecturer myself, you know, right? When I started out in Petronas, I do a lot of so-called teaching or instructing. But towards the end of, from the midway of my career in Petronas, and more so towards the end, I find that this belief in me is growing, and it finally becomes entrenched as the way to do not alternative, but it becomes a complementary thing to instructing. And sometimes, in some cases, in my case, it overtakes instructing altogether. And that belief in me, I can safely say, is encapsulated in this phrase, which I have on my screen, which is speech comes before thought. Speech comes before thought is a psychological or psychology learning approach, which you will learn today. And this is something that I'm so passionate about, which basically means that you cannot force people to have the aha until you talk to them and they talk back to you. Means there is a dialogue. The dialogue between you and the participant or the learner or the audience, whatever the case may be, will result in a deeper understanding of what you want to share with them. So basically what I'm saying is, dialogue is one of the most important elements in learning, even in psychology. I learned this when I was in Houston. You know, the Americans, right? The Americans like to talk. So when you ask them, when the professor or the lecturer asks something, everybody puts up their hands, which is the opposite of what we have here, which is unfortunate, because I think we are not trained to talk. We are not trained to express ourselves. The Americans are so good at expressing themselves. You can see that on TV, right? They can interview any random person, and the person can speak well, which I think is something that we should learn and be able to do. But unfortunately, our education system does not do that. Our education system is rote learning. When it's rote learning,
if I were to interject here, people, our traditional way of a conservative way, people will advise us from small to now, think before you talk, you know?
Which is...
How does it different from your speech comes before thought?
You know, it depends. You know, apart from speech comes before thought, as a consultant, as a learning facilitator, I always say a caveat that I will use is it depends. So you guys might well use this as well. It depends, because when I say it depends, it doesn't put you in one corner. It depends, you know. I think it applies. People say don't think before you talk. It applies in certain situations. In situations where it is very critical that you don't aggravate the situation, or something bad might happen because of what you say, then you think before you talk. But in a setting of classroom learning, I don't think that applies, unless what you're going to say is very rude, is very controversial, it's very conflicting, you know, then otherwise it's okay. I think the problem is we are holding on to that think before you talk too much. And that is the problem. That's the problem. And also, I think because we are not a society where it is psychologically safe for people to speak. And they are trained or conditioned, this is also psychology. People are conditioned not to speak from young. I know even when you are young, right? But even you speak up when you are a child, your parent always say in front of the older adults that is around, they say, don't say, jangan bercakap banyak lah, kau tu budak kecil lagi. Don't say anything, you're still young, you know, which is wrong. We should train our young people to speak up and respect what they say. And I think the respect is not there. And as a result, we are inhibited from speaking up. And that is a problem, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so as lecturers, that's why I don't like to call lecturers. I would call you all facilitators. In Petronas Leadership Center, we never call ourselves trainers. Firstly, because trainers only train animals. Secondly, we are not training people. You know, training people is like, I know everything, you know nothing. You just listen to me. That's a trainer. But in reality, in today's environment, in the digital age, people already have something in their head. You are not the know-all and the be-all as a trainer, so-called trainer. And this is the last time I'm going to use the word trainer. It's going to be banned from this session and the next sessions. You're all facilitators. Why do I say facilitators? Because you facilitate learning. You are not the know-all and the be-all. You only facilitate. There are certain situations where you know more. There are certain situations that the participants know more. Because in the digital age today, knowledge is growing exponentially. And knowledge is decaying faster than before. What is true now may not be true anymore next few hours, you know. So, and knowledge is widely available, and therefore it's hard for you to say that you know all and you are the be all, you know. And also because when you facilitate, you respect your audience, you respect them as adults, you respect them as someone who's do not come in empty-handed. Everyone has got knowledge. They bring knowledge with them, experience with them. And if I have 15 people in the classroom, if you multiply 15 people with the knowledge and years of experience, they're probably more than you personally in terms of years of experience. And therefore, I think, you know, I will treat each one of you as equals, all right? And you have every right to rebuke me and say, Ramli, you are wrong. Ramli, I don't agree with you. In fact, I like you to say that, you know, because once you say that, that means firstly, you are engaging yourselves. Secondly, you are contributing to the social learning that's supposed to happen, right? Okay, so that's more than a bit about me, I guess. All right. So I'm your facilitator. I'm not your trainer. I'm not your instructor. There is no such thing in my class. Everyone is a facilitator. I'm a facilitator. You are a facilitator. You facilitate my learning as much as I facilitate your learning. And I think if the college, sorry, I mean, Subra, if I can just interject and just say that if you apply this philosophy in your college, I think what we want are students who are able to express their views, or able to speak up, you know, because in Petronas, that is the most valued, one of the most valued. It's not your knowledge, you know, what is valued is your participation in meetings, your ideas. No matter how bad your idea is, no one is going to be stopped from displaying their ideas or expressing what they have in their minds. I think that's one of the great things that I see happening in Petronas, that you know, even a young junior executive can speak up in a meeting, and the GM or the VP will listen, because everyone is safe in terms of what they can speak. You know, we don't use think before you speak. That's out of the window. You don't think before you speak. You just say your piece, you know, and whether people want to accept or not, it's up to them. No one is going to be, you know, it's going to be angry with what you say, because that's your opinion. You are entitled to your opinion, you know. And just to share you a story, well, you know, we have people from the government sector coming in. We call this exchange, where the top talents from the government will come in into Petronas, and then Petronas people will go into exchange, go into the government departments. And I already have a few people who few government officers in Petronas Leadership Center who came in. And one thing they always say to me, I'm surprised, you know, that even young staff can speak up in meetings, you know, and they don't stay silent, because in the government, what happens is that if you're young, you don't say anything in the meeting unless your boss speaks up. They were surprised by that culture. I think that's a positive culture that you know, Petronas brings into them, and I hope they bring it back to the government sector, because I was in the government sector. And true enough, lah, you know, it's you don't speak unless you're asked. If you're junior and you're not in a management team, you just be in a room and stay silent, you know. But in Petronas, we say speak up. Our principle is speak your mind up or forever be silent. You know, if you don't say anything now, if we make a decision, don't make noise. You are in the team, you were there, you didn't say anything, you just have to accept the decisions because you didn't say anything, right? No matter how junior you are. And I think it's something that we should encourage. And if there's one culture that I want to propagate, not only to the Malaysian education system, but to the whole society, is for people to be able to freely express their views. Doesn't matter what it is, you know, like you shouldn't be offended by what people say, because that's his opinion. And that's what free speech is all about, you know. But of course, you know, barring sensitive issues, you know, on professional things, you know, you should be able to speak up your mind, speak your mind up. All right. Okay. So like I said, I can really talk, so I should know when to stop. Okay, next. All right, knowing me, knowing you. All right, so I mean, you know already something about me. Of course, because I'm a facilitator, I want to know your context. I want to know who you are. I want to know your pain points. I want to know what your aspirations are. Because that's very valuable to me in facilitation. So knowing me, knowing you is not a touch and go thing. It can be as deep as possible, so that when I go through the content later, I can make it contextualized to you. Because as I said, context is everything. Context is everything. So whatever you do in facilitation, you must understand the context of your audience. All right. And this is one learning that I get through my 20 years of learning. You know where this expression comes from? Context is everything. We had, because the person passed away like 1 or 2 years ago. He was a British associate with the TWP. TWP is a partner in Petronas that does a lot of coaching. And I distinctly remembered when in an event in Petronas where this guy stood up and he was going to address the group, and he began by, of all the topics that he could talk, he touched on context. He said, context is everything. So it's important for us to know the context. What do I mean by context? Context means where they are from, what are they working at, because that it will be their worldview. Now, if you talk as a facilitator from your context, if I talk from Petronas alone, that's my context, that's my worldview, which may or may not be shared by the audience. But as a facilitator, we should be customer-centric. And this is again a focus that's big in Petronas right now. It's customer centricity in whatever you do. You should look at from everything from the customer's lens. You can begin with your lens, but in the end, you would then expand your lens to include the customer's lens. And the customers are your audience. Okay, how do you know their contents? Is by knowing them, by asking them, by having a dialogue with them so that you understand their context. It's best that you do this before, but sometimes before the session, you don't have the context. You only have the context when they are in the session. Okay. So I want to know your context. When I say knowing me, knowing you, basically I want to know your context, where you are from, what experience you had, what are you doing now, what are the successes you've had, what are the challenges you are facing, what is your organization so different and so unique. Okay, so I think roughly that explains how you should introduce yourself. Let me just, because I want to watch you at the same time, because if I put this on screen show, I wouldn't be able to see you guys. So I'm going to do unshare. That's right. I have to stop share. Thank you. All right. Like I said, I can speak. I can really talk. So it's about time I shut up and hear from you. Okay, who would like to start? Maybe from the left. If I look at the screen from the left, is Brenda. Morning, Brenda.
Good morning.
Brenda, a very nice background.
Yeah, it's nice. From a game background.
Oh, I thought it's your house. It looks so real.
It's a cartoon background. It's an anime. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I played the game a few times and I like it.
So you're a gamer, huh, Brenda?
Not really a gamer, just to pass my time.
Okay. Gamer lah. I hardly do any games.
But I did a lot of gaming before I took CIPD course. So after CIPD course, there's no time to play games anymore.
Yeah.
You're only doing your assignments during the weekend, or you have classes during the weekend.
So Ramli, she's telling that Supra, I'm torturing them, So you're welcome to the board. You will continue for another few more days.
Yeah.
So I continue talking.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay. So I'm from KK. Currently, I'm working with Cyberjaya College Kota Kinabalu. I've been with this college since 2008. But before this, I was with another college, Cosmopoint, for I think 7 years as a lecturer. So I resigned as a lecturer and I joined, previously it was Master Skill. So I joined Master Skill as an executive in the examination department. So I didn't continue being a lecturer, but I was also doing part-time teaching in OUM that time. But then I didn't continue that after I took my master. And after I think about 5 or 6 years, I was given the opportunity to get involved in the operation department. So I am now currently, since 2015, managing the operation department. I manage 3 other units, the IT, logistic, and also facility. So I've been with the operation team since 2015 until today. So there's a lot of learning that I've gone through being the head of department in operation team, and also like getting to know the management team and see how they think and how they direct the company. So it's much more broader experience for me. Being a lecturer is just like you only see the students and you only develop your teaching skills, and that's how I see it. So being involved in management, I see it a different way. So there's a lot of learning there. Yeah.
Thanks, Brenda, for
Yeah.
explaining your background and everything. If there's, I have experienced both, like you also, management side as well as the learning and development side, the facilitating side. But management doesn't make me happy.
Happy.
I
It's
don't like
stressful.
management. Yes,
Management is
exactly.
stressful. Yeah.
Exactly. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
And that's why even when I was a custodian back in Petronas Leisure Center, I do both. I have to do both. I have to do management, but that pains me because I don't enjoy it. I enjoyed facilitating better. So you are in learning development for quite some time, Brenda, right?
Yeah.
If there's one question I can ask you. Firstly, I just tell everyone here, you don't have to ask permission to speak. You can just interject at any particular time, and that's one thing that we should practice. Like you can interject, and I wouldn't feel offended. I can stop anytime, and I always advocate this in my facilitators. If there's one thing that what you learn, what fired you up when you were so-called lecturing, although I strongly would say facilitating rather than lecturing. Even when you're lecturing, you're basically facilitating. What is that one thing that fires you up that you, from your experience, what is it that you think work for you?
What is it that makes me like satisfied, you mean, in a way?
Yes. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Anything that comes to mind.
The wow comes to you.
The wow comes to you. Like I said, for me, when I had dialogue with my audience, and my audience sometimes are VP level, and I find that when I hold dialogues with them, they get fired up. They get more engaged. You can see their eyes opening up. You see, and I'm a person who's very uncomfortable with uncertainty. In fact, I find that I perform better when there are uncertainties. But for you, what is it? What was it?
It's when you facilitating them in front or on screen. And then you also learn something from them, like they give you ideas, opinions, like you learn something, new things.
Exactly.
So the group learns better that way. That's how I feel. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't like teaching. It's not like why I stopped teaching. It's not that I don't like it. I like it. I enjoy it. Okay. But I feel that for myself, like I won't be satisfied if I'm doing that the whole time.
Yeah.
Because with the Malaysian education, there's a lot of paperwork involved with the lecturers, which I do not agree or like it. There's a lot of paperwork which disrupt your teaching and your what you need to do exactly.
Subra, listen to that. She's giving you feedback.
Don't tell the boss.
True. It's what can we do, because the education system
that's how it is.
A lot of attendance, documentation, and the results based. If the student don't get the result, they don't get the PTPTN. If they don't get the PTPTN payment, the management will come up to them. Why are you not collecting? So it's very structured based. Yeah. Just to also give you a context, Ramli, why Brenda, Nurul, Idatun, and Brandon is here. This is my long-term vision for them is that where one day they can run CIPD in KK and Kuching.
Excellent.
Either they can manage, they facilitate, they manage this program at their center. So that's the contact that we, apart from, of course, the personal learning and development, we're also looking at for the long term, whether this can be done in KK or Kuching in the future.
Excellent. I think Subra, what you're doing is actually very good. It's we in Petronas call it talent development or talent succession. Building talents, and that's good. Pre-identified people and then give them the right exposure and experiences. And then when they are ripe enough, we can then promote them into the respective roles.
Yeah.
So it's a very good and noble way of developing talents. So that's very good. So yeah.
Because the professional qualification taking the traction now, in parallel with the academic qualification and so on.
Yeah.
So I think this is something, this is more for the adults, working adults, and also those who are school leavers. So it gives a different focus and different platform. I think with their experience and maturity, I think they can fit into this kind of role in the future. If that's what they like, we don't force them. This is a platform that is given to them for them to pursue.
I think that's good. Like what I learned also when I was in Petronas, I always apply, well, towards the end lah. Initially, I didn't. I always applied this. If you're familiar with McGregor theory, X and Y, McGregor says basically that you can treat your staff either as X or Y. If you treat your staff as X, you always think that they are trying to get away with work, and they will always want to do less, and get away.
Easy way out,
Easy way out, But there's also another view, another mindset from the perspective of the leader, which is why. Why, the alphabet Y. Theory Y says that you should treat everyone as someone who wants to perform, someone who gets satisfaction from doing the job right, someone who wants to develop themselves, So what I was subscribing towards the end of my career, like maybe the last 5 to 10 years, last 5 years, I would say, is to treat everyone as potentials, no matter where they are, who they are. I've had stuff that people have written off, saying that this guy can never be a specialist. He doesn't say much in meetings. He reads a lot, but didn't say anything. But when he comes to me, I always told him, Mr. Y, call him Mr. Y, I motivated him a lot. I look for his strengths. I don't look for his gaps. I say, Mr. Y, you read a lot. I know there's a lot of stuff in your head, in your mind, and your experience. You've been with the company for many years. I know you can do this. I know you got this. You can be a specialist. You just need to do A, B, C, and D. What I found, I'm just sharing with you my experience. What I found is that, firstly, it motivates him. It gives him that, in psychology, we call it self-efficacy. Psychology is called self-efficacy. Self-efficacy means, actually I'm teaching you already. I'm actually facilitating already. Self-efficacy means that the person feels that he can be successful in something. It's important for you to bring the person from non-self-efficacy to self-efficacy. How do you do that? Is having that dialogue with him, saying that you are confident, you have full trust in him. That's so important. Anybody, that. Anybody, even your children, if you say that, I have full trust in you, I know you can do this, I know you got this, and if he believes in it, he's well on his path to success. So that self-efficacy is very important. So I always have self-efficacy talks with him. And I find that, the change is like 180 degrees. I wouldn't say 360, 180. He becomes more confident. He starts to talk in meetings. He has faith in himself. Whereas before, he doesn't have faith in himself because he has failed a number of times. And people give negative feedback, either directly or indirectly. So that's one thing I learned about developing people. In Petronas, developing people is quite big. We spend a lot of time, money in developing people. You'll be surprised. I was surprised also amount of time managers are expected to coach staff. You can tell the company, my manager doesn't coach me, and the company and the manager will have to face the song, face the because it will be apparent in their performance review, and that's one of the conversation that we must always have as someone who's more mature, someone who's higher up in the ladder. Have that have that dialogue. Again, I say speech comes before thought. I always, if there's one thing, even on my deathbed, if one thing that I want to tell everyone is that speech comes before thought. Having that speech, a dialogue with that person, whatever the context may be, and in this case, the context is about reaching towards self-efficacy, is important, is prime. The person must have a dialogue with you. And when I was having dialogue with him, he would say things like, betul ke boss? Macam tak percaya je boss. I said, I believe in you. I know you can do this. So that speech is important, because at the end of the day, the thought is, I got this. Actually got this. Actually, I can do this. It's not so difficult. That is the thought. And just to share, in Islam, there's this thing called akad. If you're familiar with akad means every time you want to perform something, you say it out. When you pay zakat, kan Idatun? When you pay zakat, you verbalize it. Dengan ini saya berikan ini. It's a speech, because when you say it, it will get internalized. Speech is natural. We are the only species in this earth that has got language. Animals don't have language. So animals cannot develop their brain further because they can't talk. So that's a bit. Sorry, when it comes to speech.
Yeah, Ramli, maybe you can enlighten. Maybe Brenda, and Nuridatun will ask you. What's the, maybe you can enlighten us on the self-esteem and self-efficacy. I understand self-efficacy, that, you yourself, have a confidence and trust that you can do it. In what way the self-esteem differs from self-efficacy?
Okay, it's a chicken and egg story. Which one comes first? Self-esteem or self-efficacy? I always like to answer questions by asking another question, because it's a dialogue. We call this Socratic dialogue. This dialogue has been used since Socrates' time, It's a back and forth. Yeah. Well, thank you for bringing it up. Self-esteem and self-efficacy. To me, it's a question of which comes first, self-efficacy or self-esteem?
I see myself, my concept, how do I see myself is self-esteem.
Right.
And what I believe in myself is self-efficacy.
Yes.
My look,
You're right.
capabilities, and all those things is self-esteem. Do I see myself positively or negatively?
Right.
Yeah.
So you're not saying which comes first, right? You're just defining. No. Self-esteem is about how do I see myself, positively or negatively.
Yeah.
And self-efficacy is whether I feel I can do something.
Yeah.
Right. So that's fine. I think you're right. But if I take it on a higher level, and this time Brandon, Idatun, or Brenda can just chip in. Which comes first?
I would say self-efficacy for me.
Yes. To me, it depends. Again, I said it depends. As a facilitator, you must always say it depends, because it covers you. I'm teaching you, because you don't want to lose face. So you say it depends. Once you say it depends, you are covered. Because if later you say something that's not quite right, it's a caveat for you. Always use this. It depends. When you say it depends, you're already absolved of any wrongdoing. Right? So when you say it depends. So now, it depends. In a context of learning or promotion in careers and so on, I would say self-efficacy comes first. Then you have your self-esteem. All right? It depends. Sometimes people already come in with a high self-esteem. All right? Then they just need to top it up with self-efficacy.
Yeah.
All right? Okay, so what I love, Mr. Y that I mentioned, going back to Mr. Y, he was having a low self-esteem when he came into my team. And that's why he's very quiet, he's not confident, but he reads a lot, he's very knowledgeable, I can tell you. I think he reads more than me. He reads all kinds of leadership books, because we are in the leadership department, so we do L&D, but in the context, our context is leadership. It's not technical. So he reads a lot. He reads books that I didn't even know. And now what I do is, now that I I have developed him, I've made him a specialist, he becomes my go-to person. You know, when I wanted to know about creating a psychologically safe environment for people to talk, I go back to him. I say, Mr. Y, can you give me some tips? He has everything. Oh, I know, I've read this, you know, I give it to you. So they are my pool of resource. I never, in front of them, and I think they know, and AJ can testify this, I never say that I'm better than them or I know more than them. In fact, they know more than me collectively. Okay. And if once you make this platform known to them, then they are more than willing to speak up, because they know you respect their minds, they respect what they're going to say. Okay, so yeah, good question, Subra. Sorry, I can divert.
Why you are doing a renovation now, Ramli?
No, why?
I got background sound. No, it must be from you, because you're the only one who have on
sorry, it's my chair.
Oh, your chair. Oh,
you know, I get excited when I speak, so I tend to move, so never mind. So virtually, it's hard for me to control myself.
Oh, right.
But when it's a face-to-face, you know, you can see me dancing. People say, Rami, you're dancing on the floor, because I actually dance, you know.
I thought your neighbor is doing some renovation or what.
No, it's my chair. It's my chair.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so I'll try not to move.
Sure, no problem.
All right. So basically, that's it. You know, good question. Self-esteem and self-efficacy. It depends on the context. You know, is in the context of learning a new stuff, or in the context of developing yourself. I would say self-efficacy comes first. You need to build that trust. You need to build that confidence. You need to motivate. And later we talk about motivation theory. You need to motivate people, because not everyone is intrinsically motivated. So you have to scaffold them. You know, I'm going to use the language I'm going to use is actually psychology. What you're learning today and the next few sessions are all psychology. You're learning psychology, guys. It's not learning and development psychology, but in the context of learning and development. So it's something that you can apply to your own realm. You can apply it to your family. You can apply it to your friends, because this is psychology. In America, psychology is the most important course, most popular, but it's not here. Funny, yeah? That's why Americans are very good at marketing, because they learn psychology is an integral part of their education. But we are not. And then that's beautiful, because I think psychology is about human behavior, understanding human behavior, how we can leverage on human behavior to meet the goals that either you or, you know, especially you lah, you know. So it's not about manipulating people, it's not. You know, it's about leveraging on human behavior, understanding human behavior. So that's psychology. But our context is learning and development. So that's why I say context is important. Psychology and learning development. When I was doing my master's, one of my most important subject is educational psychology. And you know, I find that very interesting. I'm so sorry, I can talk about psychology. Interesting lah. You know, I don't know everything, but I'm also learning. There are more and more psychology knowledge appearing now that wasn't there before when I was studying or when I was working. You'd be surprised at the amount of psychology knowledge in psychology, human behavior. All right. So yeah, I mean, simple question like that can really get me off tangent. Sorry.
Thank you, Ramli.
Okay. So yeah, thank you for sharing, Brenda. We're still introducing ourselves. Yeah. Okay, next, let's move on to Brendan Ling. Morning, Brendan.
Hi, morning, Mr. Ramli.
Yeah. No need to call Mr. lah, just call Ramli. The last thing I want is people calling me sir. You know, I'm not knighted by the Queen, so never call me sir. I'm just Ramli. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Out of respect, Ramli.
No, there's a problem with our culture. We have too much respect.
Oh, no, yeah, we ourselves have that kind of, you know, humbleness within us, you know. So we feel good when we address people like that, you know.
Oh, I don't.
It is not so much coming from the other party. This is more.
I want to break the barrier. Okay, I want to break the barrier.
Sure,
like me and my staff, they never call me Mr. Ramli. I will scold them. Why call me Mr.? I'm your friend. I'm just like you. I'm no better than you. I was always tell my staff lah. And AJ knows that.
Probably
Okay,
because
Brandon.
you received your education from US. I think in Western ways of teaching, even like children, they will also call their auntie or uncle by their names.
Yeah. Okay lah. I thought I can understand that lah. But
Okay.
let's in this context, let's just be friends and just call me Ramli, and I'll call you Brandon. Yeah.
Hi,
Yes, Brandon.
I joined Asian Metropolitan College sometime in 5 years ago as a junior lecturer, and now I'm managing diploma in pharmacy students. So I do lecturing also. By the way, I'm a colleague with Brenda, same college. Right now, we have rebranded ourselves as KK Cyberjaya campus. So my background right now is actually more into teaching and also managing students. The way I see is that what makes me feel wow about this work is because I get to see a lot of students, especially those SPM leavers. But throughout these 2 years, I see some challenges in a way that students have some difficulties in engaging with the lecturers, mainly because of this hybrid learning and also full online learning. Because whenever we do the online teaching or facilitating, we are not able to see the students' engagement. They might be doing other things. They might be they might be working. All right, most of the time because they need to support their families. So hopefully, we are able to bring the students into college soon so that we have more face-to-face sessions with the students and to ensure the student engagement and also to cut down the withdrawal rates from the students also.
It's good that I like it that you're a fellow facilitator. You probably do more facilitating now than Brenda, right, Brenda? And I can see your passion, and you love it when you meet people, your audience, your students. And the challenge you said, you did mention the challenge, which is basically getting your students to engage. And especially during now when people are on virtual platforms. But you know that you can still facilitate and engage your students through the virtual platform. Like what I'm doing right now, you can see there's a lot, I'm trying a lot of engagement, talking with you, getting your feedback. You can, in a way, you can still do it, right? Although it's less I would say less inclusive, because the screen is only so wide, right? You can only have one-to-one at one time, but yeah, it's a continuing journey, and I think that's something that you need to practice more of, and how, if I can ask a question, is how readily are your students wanting to talk? Because what you can tell them is that you should, these people are going to the workforce, right? And one thing, talking about motivation, motivation is you can motivate them by saying that, when you go into the workforce, and you can quote my name, they very often, when people do interviews, they would like to see to what extent the interviewee can engage, can be freely speaking, freely talking with confidence. And now I think the problem is a lot of students feel, and I've done quite a few interviews already, they feel that their qualification is everything. Oh, I got a first-class degree. In fact, in Petronas, we don't look for first-class degree. We don't want first-class degree. We don't want, because we found that first-class degree holders, they work by themselves. They don't speak up. They think they are clever. They know everything. What we look for is actually mediocre students. You can see that our presidents or past presidents, they're not top performers. They are mediocres, but they can, because they are mediocres, they have this growth mindset. They don't have a limit. They don't have this fixed mindset. They feel that they can always learn. They are not the best. but they leverage on others. Tell your students that, because people, when they go for interview, they look for this. And you can tell, as an interviewer, whether that particular person is someone who's very, very, I wouldn't say talkative, but conversational. Conversational. They can speak at ease. Don't have to think before they speak. I think that's a problem. They always think before they speak. No, you just freely express yourselves. So in a way, you're telling them, I want you to engage with me, not so much because I want you to talk to me per se, but because I want to train you guys. I want to facilitate you guys so that you are comfortable and start practicing these conversations with strangers. Yeah, but you're with me, you're familiar with me, that's even better. But I want you to start practicing talking to strangers that you don't even know. And that becomes a skill in itself, and that's highly valued in organizations right now. It's not so much your qualification. The qualification is just entry point. In fact, some organizations can quote Petronas. We don't look for high scorers. We look for people who are able to speak and express themselves. That's one of the important criteria for
Ramli, I will pick on what Brendan has said in terms of engagement. I'll give you a little bit of context. Maybe Brenda and Idatun also can give some feedback on this.
Yeah.
You see, for the last 2 years during this pandemic, what happened was that we went into online teaching and learning, right? It has two things happened. Number one is that, of course, they are now got used to using their devices. Many of them don't have a laptop, so they use a smartphone. Smartphone. So as you know, in the Sabah and Sarawak rural area, the connectivity is really very bad.
I see.
Sometimes they don't get the stability in terms of the internet. They will connect and then go out, connect and then go out and so on. There's a real challenge. And then they use the phone. Most of them they use the phone rather than the laptop. That's number one scenario. Number two scenario, what Brandon has highlighted was quite interesting. We also did a deep seek study with among our students. And for these last 2 years, apparently some of them are working while studying. Yeah. So they can just use this mobile phone anywhere they go, and they can engage. Yeah. And they are working part-time and so on. They're earning, like what Brendan has said is true. They are supporting their family. They're also supporting a study. They got plus, minus, but as far as the engagement is concerned, they may not switch on the camera unless there is there is a need. They will switch on the camera to continue it. Otherwise, you don't see them. So we really don't know who is working, who is really actively studying and so on until when you get. And also to our surprise, and not that many, some of them got married as well.
Yeah.
And you see then now the commitment is different already, That means to say study, work and family. Yeah. So these are the things is happening. So I'm not sure, this is something when you do a learning and design, how do we cater to this kind of demand? I think it's tall order. But this is a reality that's happening when you are going for the online learning.
Yeah.
And B40 group, they are really as a big challenge for this. Yeah. And KK and coaching, many of our students are B40 group.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm humbled by what I'm hearing. Thank you for that context. Again, like I said, context is important. Now I understand the context. But Brendan, sorry, apologies if I have mentioned something that seems to make me not understanding where you're coming from. Again, it's because of context. I don't understand fully the context. Thank you, Subra, for explaining the context.
No issues, sir.
I do acknowledge that, being in Petronas, we are so fortunate. We are not the B40, definitely. We are not even M40. We are probably T20. Yeah. So sometimes I do feel that I am a bit, far from the reality sometimes in the context of others. So yeah, thank you for making that clarity for me. Yeah. Okay, sure, Brendan. No, I understand your context now and the context of everyone in this room. This is a journey that I think I myself have to learn, So, so I don't mind, if you do need someone to, if you need motivated to speak. Not that I can do motivate a lot, but just sharing with them my experiences in the work environment. I don't mind saying it at all because I'm a practitioner. I'm from the industry. I speak from my experience. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least, what should I call you? Hidatun?
Nur Hidatun.
No, Hidatun. So I should call
So
you.
we call
You
you
can
full
call me
name or
Nur.
what?
Full
You
name?
can call me Nur.
Nor,
Nor,
okay,
Nor.
Nor.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
because I was listening, people call you Hidatun. So Nor,
Hidatun also can.
okay, Nor easy lah, Nor. Okay,
Yeah.
Nor. Let's hear from you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So, mine one would be very simple because since after graduation, I just have one job, which is lecturer.
Okay.
So I have been lecturing since 2012, formerly in this college lah, Cyberjaya College, formerly known
Lama
as
dah lah juga 2012. Okay.
Master Skill Global College.
Hmm.
So basically, I just do teaching and facilitating, helping students with, sometimes they share their personal problem with us. So sometimes we just treat students just like friends. So yeah, so basically that's all from me. I don't have any experience in management or operation. So what I do was just teaching. Yeah.
No, don't ever say that. Never ever say that. That will be my advice. You have everything. 9 years teaching in the college, dealing with B40 students. You have a lot. I don't have that. I don't have that experience. If there's one thing that you have something that I don't have. A lot of people don't have what you have. So you behind you 9 years experience working with students from various backgrounds. There's a lot of experience. So you must always say to yourself, no, I have a lot of experience that no one else has. You plant in your mind. That will give you self-esteem, because this is something that we need to build for ourselves. It's that self-esteem and self-efficacy. So if that's one thing that from your years of experience, what are some of what did you learn from your experience? What makes you successful? What would that be?
One of the things that makes me happy with this job is that when I see that many of our graduates are getting their jobs as an in this college, I'm teaching medical lab technology student. So most of them are now currently a successful MLT lah. So I'm happy with that.
Well, okay, good that you mentioned. Good that you mentioned that you are happy when they were successful. What did you think you did right that makes them successful?
What do you make feel proud, of your students?
What did you do well? What if there's one or two things that you did well? What was it? There must be something that you did well that makes them successful. What was it?
What was it? I'm not sure. I'm just teaching them. Maybe whenever they go for interview or whenever they got their jobs, and then they message me and said, thank you for teaching me, for helping me. So that makes me happy lah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you use the word helping. Remember, you used the word helping. You used the word helping. In what way did you help?
I think maybe because of our age gap is not very,
right.
So when they talk to me, so they talk to me as a friend. So they
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's your answer.
They're
you
being
treat
open
them
to
like you treat them as friends. You are open. So when they come to you with problems, whether be it cost problems or personal problems, you solve them. You talk to them and let them, having help, lending your ears to them is enough sometimes. That's what you did right. So guys, did you notice that I'm actually demonstrating a facilitating model, which is actually a deep structured interview in a way lah. I interviewed her and I listened to her answers and I pick out on words or things that she said and I drill down further. You notice or not? That's
Yes.
a method of facilitating. Listen, pick up words or phrases that the person uses, and then ask questions and drill deeper. Because when I asked Noor, what did she do right? She couldn't answer. And then when she was answering, the words come in. Actually, she has the answer. She does have the answer. It's just that you need to drill and bring it out of her. That's facilitation. So, when you facilitate, try to do that. Have a dialogue. This is what I mean by dialogue. It's a Socratic dialogue. It's a two-way thing. It's not a one-way thing. All right. So then Idatun Noor gets this aha. Aha is that I treat them as friends, and that's something that she can propagate and use more of. Treat everyone as friends. It doesn't have to be an age gap. You don't, even if you have an age gap, you can still be friends with them. It doesn't mean that it so happens that you don't have a big age gap. But even if you do, but if you treat them as friends, even Subra, I'm sure Subra and your students, big age gap. I'm sorry, Subra.
Yeah.
But if Subra treats them like friends, Subra is creating a psychologically safe environment for them to talk. Yes. So it's very important for you to create that environment where people are safe.
I'm sure, Ramli, if a student were to see 3 or 4 of us are there, they will go to Noor first, then Brenda, and then go to Brenda, then only they will come to me. It's more serious, and Noor and Brenda is so pleasant, and Brenda and myself look so serious, So I think that's a psychological safety net.
Yes. So, another way of creating psychologically safe environment for your students is to smile. If you speak. When you smile, people say, oh, this guy is friendly, this person is friendly, and I'm ready to speak with him or her. Always smile. The smile doesn't cost anything. Okay. So, thank you for introducing yourselves. I think I understand the context, but Subra, you're saying?
Yeah, she joined 2012, and now in 2021, she looks the same.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. There must be something good that the Cyberjaya College is doing, that your facilitators all look very young.
Brenda also looks the same since she joined, until now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
No, okay. Brendan and Brenda are based in KK, right?
KK.
Yes.
And Noor, are you in KK as well?
Kuching.
Oh, you're in Kuching. Okay, so I'm dealing with a lot of East Malaysians. That's great. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's move on then. I think we are ready to go into, hold on. Can you see my screen now? Can you see my screen?
No, not yet.
Not yet. So, okay, let me just, I am not so familiar with,
Zoom?
I'm not so familiar with Zoom. I'm more familiar with Microsoft Teams, so it's fine. Okay, let me just share my screen, and we are due to take a break at 10:30, right? So 10 minutes. So let's just take 10 minutes more.
Yeah.
Okay, screen. All right.
Yeah.
Right. So let me just okay. So we're done with knowing your context, right? So just want to, like I said, I don't know to what extent you already know what you're getting yourself into, which is basically a CIPD level 5 associate. Let me just pointer options, laser pointer. Okay, we are now embarking on level 5 associate diploma. That's good. This is a diploma. So my staff, when they completed when they were doing level 5, they always come to me and say, Ramli, this is really headache, so much work to do. I have to do my job. I have to do these assignments. But I always tell them, good, look, this is a certification. It's a UK-based certification. it's very valuable to you as a learning and development professional. You know, when you go to people and say, I have level 5 CIPD, that's I mean, even, you know, it's a something positive. That is it's a credibility thing. When people hear you have level 5 diploma, I mean, you are basically in it, you know. And you know, just to share with you, we always have assessments for our specialists in order for them to get promoted. And we notice that people who have diploma level 5 CIPD associate tends to pass more so than people who did not have it. You know, so it gives you a foundation, more than a foundation, I would say, towards your credibility, your capability, and your competency. So basically, this is good, you know, and you're very fortunate to be in this group. So don't waste it. Take every effort to make it happen for you. And for this particular slot, we are doing the organizational learning and development. How do learning and development happens in organizations? How do you make it happen? What needs to be done? How do people learn? All right. So this is basically learning and development in organizations for you. So it's very useful wherever you go, especially now, you know. Human resource development is, we're basically talking about capability development. You'll see that a lot of young people, especially now, you know, in the workforce, I've been in the workforce for some time, and I can see the trend. Previously, people who goes into organizations, they don't care they don't care much about develop me. They care about, I want to get a job done, I want to get the salary at the end of the month, right? But it's not that I don't care, but like, even if you don't give me enough development, I'm okay. I'm still okay. But you see the young people now, I can see the trend, you know, they will say, my boss is not coaching me. I'm not giving enough development. These are and I'm talking this from the Petronas context. The young people in Petronas, if you don't develop them, they'll make noise, or they'll just vote with their feet. They'll move out. They'll just resign and go without any whims and fancies. They don't even think twice. They'll go and leave and go for another company. One of the main reasons they cited was, I'm not being developed, right? I'm not being given enough training. I'm not being given enough coaching by my managers. You know, so this is an important topic, organizational learning and development, because, well, how do you develop people? It's through learning and development, whether you like it or not. And learning development is not just talking about in classes. Okay, learning and development is beyond classes, right? And today we're going to talk about that. So the overall, okay, why is it not appearing? Hold on. Okay. Kalau klik tak jalan. So what are the overall learning goals for this particular slot, right? So the overall goals are, you have to understand the theoretical concepts of self-directed and social learning. Now, basically, it's a fancy word of saying you need to know the different theories, right, in self-directed and social learning. Why self-directed? Why social learning? Because increasingly organizations, they can't afford to spray and pray. Spray and pray, meaning I give training to all my staff. I'm praying that they get what it takes to get the job done, right? That's spray and pray. So increasingly, you need, and in organizations, we need the staff, the employees, to take charge of their own learning. And I think I see this in Petronas. Even in my own department, before I left, right? My CEO comes to me and say, Ramli, we cannot afford to every time give them training. They must start learning themselves. You know, number one, the cost. And you know, last year, the oil price was really bad. We can't send people for training. How rich Petronas is, we are very cost conscious, no matter how rich we are. We are very rich. We are very cash rich. I can tell you that. That's why during the pandemic, we never release people. Nobody gets laid off. But we can't afford the way we spend on training as before. So my boss will tell me, Ramli, you need to instill this culture of self-directed learning or self-determined learning. So I think CIPD recognizes that, this movement towards self-directed learning. And you find that employees nowadays are very picky. You give them a course, boss, I don't need this course. Like, you know why? I don't apply it. Like, this is useless. Then the boss will say to the staff when during the coaching, and they say, okay lah, so what do you want to learn? You decide. You want to learn what? And then I'll coach you how you get what you want. That's number one. Number two, you find that because of the digital age right now, we are in a digital age. Knowledge is everywhere. Knowledge is not knowledge does not sit in a particular person. Yeah, it actually sits everywhere. It can be in someone who's more experienced in a company. It can be in YouTube. It can be in the self-learning e-learning modules of the company. It can be everywhere. And like I said, knowledge is turning fast. A certain knowledge can age very fast. What used to be highly demanded knowledge within the next few days or next few weeks or next few months is no more useful. Something new came up. So it's very hard for the organization to tailor-made or create a learning that fits everyone, right? Even within a one trade, let's say marketing. Yeah? Marketing is so big that there are various parts of marketing, and how can you efficiently and effectively provide training for everyone? Spray and pray. It won't happen. It won't be the best. You won't target. So social learning, there's a recognition in organizations that you already have a pool of people, internal as well as external. So why not leverage on this pool of resources? It can be people, it can be non-people. Like I said, you could sit in YouTube, you could sit in the internet is one of the biggest resource for learning. Why not leverage on that? So the role of the organization is to make it happen. How do you make social learning happen in organizations? I think, and that's where we as learning and development people comes in. We facilitate that. That's why I say, I would like to call ourselves facilitators. We facilitate self-directed culture, learning culture. We facilitate social learning because these are the two different, not different, these are two approaches to learning that is becoming emerging. That's becoming something that we should focus on. And that's why CIPD is focusing on this and not on anything else. These are the two emerging concepts or learning approaches that organizations are beginning to see the importance. Now, from the Petronas context, I can tell you social learning is happening already. We have a lot of platforms, we have community of practices, we have expert directories, we have brown bags, we have congregations of people meeting every now and then, talking about their trade. That's social learning. However, self-directed learning, I can tell you, is not yet there. It's still a journey in Petronas. It's not easy, self-directed takes a while for people to get used to get comfortable. And our education system doesn't help as well. We are so used to being told what to read, being told what to do. It takes some use, it takes some, I would say, it takes we're not used to it. We need to really change the way we approach learning, right?
Ramli,
yeah,
we are coming to the break, but before we break, I just wanted to ask you, see whether we are in the right one. where we talk about social learning, it is within the organization, right? I mean, or outside the organization, but it's very much related to the people. How do we observe? How do we tap on the experiences and so on, right?
Yes, that's right.
And if you look at, if you ask like Brenda and Nurida told, all our programs, all our program, diploma or bachelor degree, they have so-called this industrial training.
Okay.
Yeah, they will, one of the fulfillment of their program, they will go for 3 months or 6 months job placement, before they graduate, which gives them that exposure. Does that cover this social learning?
It's it depends. Like I said, it depends. It happens. It is a social learning if they leverage on while they are on internship. What do you call that? Internship, right?
Yes, internship. Yes.
They leverage on the brains and experiences of their colleagues who are more experienced, observing them, like you said, imitating their behaviors, having dialogues with them, and that's social learning. But if they are in the internship and they just do their job and they do not leverage on the more experienced people to learn more, then that's not social learning. They are not.
But what I see now is very task driven, Ramli. Sorry to disturb you. It's very task driven, and then it is, you come back and produce a logbook based on what you have achieved, what you have done. Not so much on, from my observation, not so much on social learning.
Good point. Good point. I mean, doing the written stuff is okay. I mean, like you said, there are things that we need to do anyway. But you're right. We should include also in their report when they come back. What did you learn? What did they learn from the others? What are some of the ahas they get from their more experienced staff? Maybe that is something that you can include in your internship report when they come back, because that is going to be very valuable, and that's going to be truly something that is different from that's something that you do better differently.
Yeah. So what I do whenever we get interns, Ramli, other than just doing a certain task related to the expertise, we also will ask them to go and talk to certain people, and then we will organize a small session so that they can present some ideas and so on. And
be sure when they present ideas, it's not their ideas. It's something that they get from the internship, that they learn from others. They learn from others. That's more important. What about self-directed? How do you inject self-directedness in their internship?
As for SMR, we have, there are a few modules that we have. We will ask them, give them the opportunity, they can go and study and complete. And then we will check whether they are completed and so on. There is a certificate they can gain after their completion. It's all online, self-directed.
Okay, self-directed means also not just that. So self-directed also means I decide what I want to learn. I prepare, I will plan for it, this is what's going to happen. So that's the self-directedness that we're talking about.
Okay.
They decide, the ownership is on them.
Right.
So before they go for internship, they tell you, okay, these modules, I need to demonstrate certain things, right? But I want to learn specifically on this. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk to those more experienced people. I'm going to look through the websites. I'm going to look, so that's the planning must be there before they go. And then when they come back, they report on the effectiveness or not. They evaluate themselves in terms of self-directed and social learning. I think if you can...
I concur with you. Within our organization also, this part is very lacking, because self-directed is now the ownership or accountability they put onto the superior.
Yes, that shouldn't be it. It should be on themselves. They should be accountable for what they want to learn and how effectively they learn it. It's a journey. Like I said, a lot of our people are not comfortable with it yet. All right, so like I said, once you understand number one, then based on number one, then you can know how. So number one is the what lah. Number two is the how part. Okay, how you can play your role as an L&D professionals. I would call you all L&D professionals. How do you make it happen? And I think we've gone into this when I was discussing with Subra, talking about how do you encourage, how do you engage people in self-directedness and social learning. All right, so that's what we'll do at number 2. And we're not going to do for this next 3 days. Number 1, the next 3 days we're going to do number 1 only. Yeah, I'm giving you the whole. Yeah. And number 3 is then how do you support self-directed social learning you are curating learning resources in order to make number 1 and number 2 happen. Number 3, you are creating actual resources to make number 2 happen. So in a nutshell, I would say number 1 is you must know first the context. What's the theory learning of theories out there? All right. Number 1 is very heavy. Yeah, I must tell you today is quite heavy. So I do seek your understanding, and this is where I need you to talk. You know, like I'm learning as well. Like I said, a lot of the theory wasn't there when I was doing my master's, you know, but I'm learning as well on the go. So for you, I'm sure it's even more. So therefore, you know, the most that you can get, you get the most by talking. Like I said, speech comes before thought. And then once you understand the theory, then you know how. You must know what, then how, and then number 3 is execution. Right? Number 2, how do I make this happen? You actually go into the number 3 is basically going into the nitty-gritty of it, right? So that's the journey that we're going to have during the next 9 days. 9 days. So number 1 is 3 days, number 2 is 3 days, number 3 is 3 days. So 9 days altogether. Okay, so I think let's go for break. It's time for break for you to absorb. Already is a lot of things to absorb. So we're going to stop at 10:38. How long should we break? About 10-15 minutes. Let's meet 10:40.
11, Ramli.
11 lah, make it 11. Yeah. Okay, let's break until 11. Meantime, just think about what we have talked about. Yeah. Then come back fresh. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, welcome back.
Hi, Ramli.
I hope everyone had a good break.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's continue. All right. So, like I said, we are going into module 1, which is it's actually not module 1 per se lah. You know, it's actually, hold on, let me just show where I'm coming from. Okay, today the whole day we're going to do this one of this. Okay, one of this. So it's more, you're right lah. I'm right. I think it's module 1. Confusing lah structure. All right. So today, sorry, module 1 in a nutshell. It's about recognizing learners preferring to learn at their own pace and methods, like what I just described now. Secondly is, therefore, organizations need to embrace these two learning approaches, to developing people. I wouldn't say learning approaches, like it's actually development approaches, yeah? Which is self-direct learning and also social learning. So if learners prefer that way, organizations, whether they like it or not, have to then orientate themselves so that they are able to help employees develop themselves better. So therefore, it makes sense that we ourselves, who are learning and development professionals, who in organizations going to do this? It's us L&D professionals who's going to facilitate these shifts in development opportunities. The term I use, I'm so used to use the term, sometimes, sorry, my context is Petronas, we call this development opportunities. That means opportunities for people to learn and develop. So we call this development opportunities. So development opportunities to develop people using self-directed learning and social learning. So in a nutshell, this is what the module is all about. So what you will learn today, you will learn concepts and how they are interconnected between self-directed and social learning. Lots of theories, quite heavy lah. So we're going to go quite slow, and a lot of contextualization needs to happen today. And then let me just change the point option. Secondly, what steps organizations must take to encourage learning? Okay. Therefore, like I said, since self-directed and social learning is emerging, what organizations can do to actually encourage development? When you see the word learning, you equal it development, because I think development is more apt than just learning, because learning is something that happens internally to a person. Development is something that the person is able to do after that. Tends to be like that. So learning, you may learn a lot of things, but your job doesn't require you to apply some of this learning. So development is actually, development, the word development connotes ability to do something more than just learning. Learning is an intent, but the outcome is seen in the development. The person is able to do A, B, and C more as a result of learning something. But doesn't mean that learning something, the person is definitely able to do something else, you know. So that's the relationship, learning and development. So you learn, but you develop yourselves in certain areas, but it takes learning to begin with. And finally, is curate learning resources that encourage, like I said, making it happen. So this is the what, the how, all right, and this is getting to the doing it. And the third part is doing it. But today is just this first bullet, concepts and connections of self-directed and social learning. And the duration is 3 days for all these three to happen. But for today, 27th November, we are just looking at this first bullet. I hope that that makes sense. So feel free to interject me at any particular time. It doesn't have to be Subra all the time. Not that I don't welcome Subra's interjection, but I also like to people to interject because it shows you're self-directed. You want to know more about this. You want to tell me something more. That's fine. I'm always open to being told. All right, so the agenda of today, should have shown this earlier, but this is a rough guide. We're not going to follow this to the teeth. We're quite flexible. All right, so no need for me to go into details. So in the morning, before lunch, we're going to talk about the theories in general. Hopefully after lunch, we may run over after lunch. We may still talk about the theory after lunch break. That's fine, because I was anticipating like number of packs in the teens, 12, 13, 14, 15, but we only have 3. So we're going to spend more time with the theory, and then the evaluating, then we need to evaluate the self-directed and social learning theories. And then after that, we're going to look at what are some of the potential benefits and some of the related risks associated with both self-directed and social learning. So we, as learning professionals, we always need to have this mindset of evaluation, okay? Evaluating things, not accepting things as they are. Always evaluate, yeah? All right, moving on. Ini sudah banyak cerita, going on. So let's begin. So today we're going to talk about the concepts of and how they are interconnected in terms of self-directed and social learning, right? Like I said, context is everything. And thank you, I've learned about your contexts. Yeah? And you must always, when you listen to me, think of your context. What does your context tell you? How is it happening in your context? Yeah, and I hear your context a lot about, you know, your learners are basically from various groups. Some of them are, a lot of them are from, I would say, hearing Subra just now, a lot of them are from the B40 group. They are multi-managing work, learning, family. There's a lot of things to consider, you know, but it's going to mature them better. So why is learning development important? Do we need to go into this? Let me just show you some of the things that I have here, all right? When you, like I said, I told you already, learning and development is interrelated, yeah? You learn and you develop at the same time, but sometimes you learn something that doesn't really develop you, because you just learn and you don't really apply it. So it becomes, you know, knowledge, what we call scrap knowledge, all right? The best knowledge is something that you learn that you will apply almost immediately, if not immediately. Then it becomes useful learning, useful knowledge. All right, these are some of the terms that we will be looking at, and I'm sure I want to ask the audience, among these terms related to learning and development, which ones are familiar to you? Anyone?
Only self-directed learning.
Okay.
Self-directed learning.
Self-directed learning, right? Only self-directed learning. You have never heard of collaborative learning. You've never heard of collective learning, cooperative learning, self-determined learning. Eh? I mean, that's this. Okay, let me ask. What do you understand by self-directed learning? from your past experience? You said you've heard about self-directed learning. Did you hear it today?
Today, basically.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so you know, as an L&D professional, you are going to begin to hear these terms, yeah? And you must get yourself familiar in order to bring your professionalism to higher level. So when you speak with others, when you use these terms, it shows that you are a professional. You are an L&D professional. It doesn't matter what you teach. You could teach logistics, you could teach finance, you could teach marketing, you could teach engineering, but we are all in the same basket, and that basket is learning and development professional. You understand? Yeah. So because we are learning and development professional, we must be very comfortable with all these terms. Because when you go out for a seminar, a conference, and you're talking with someone else in a conference, and then people ask you, you know, hey, where Cyberjaya College, do you do collaborative learning? And then you were looking at the other person, what does he mean by collaborative learning? That doesn't look good, you know. It doesn't show that you are L&D professional. What I'm trying to do, and also we need to agree that we elevate our level of professionalism in learning and development by knowing and understanding all these different jargons, if you like. Yeah, we'll talk about these jargons terms later. If you have any questions, any thoughts, just interject. I really have to look for a new chair. This chair is making noises. Oh, social learning is there as well. Forgot. All right. I think we talked about self-directed and social learning just now, didn't we? And let's just recap. What do you understand by self-directed learning first? Anyone?
You determine what you want to learn,
right?
And then you can do research, be it book, internet, do your own self-reading, etc.
Right. Is that enough? You know what you want to learn, you do research, what else?
Maybe you can ask your mentors, maybe your guide, your lecturers,
right?
Parents, and maybe you can speak to the specialists or experts in specific fields to understand more, and probably apply into what you would like to practice in day-to-day life. Yeah.
Right. Does it stop there? So what? The question next is, so what? What else do you do after that?
Probably you can reflect on whether your learning is sufficient to is it good enough?
Yes, very good. It's what we call evaluating, assessing your learning, right? So that's part of self-directed. Reflect post-learning, after you learn from your peers, your bosses, or the internship where you're in, from other colleagues in your company that you are being interned in, and evaluate whether that has been effective or not. But does it stop there? If you find certain things are not effective, do you stop there?
It depends.
Okay, I like that. You're learning. It depends on what?
It depends on the situation, whether the things that you have done, whether is it enough or not. And is there anything that you can actually do better in the future?
Right. Yes.
Can I say self-directed learning is ongoing process? It doesn't stop.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is ongoing, and Brendan is also right when he says that people should reflect, and then why is it not effective? Why is it effective? Now we call this double loop learning. Okay, double loop learning is from Chris Agris. Double loop learning means you do reflection, and then you think why it doesn't work, why it works, and then you can then, after that, in your future self-directed learning, you apply the learnings that you get out of it. Because if for example, on reflection in my self-directed learning, I find that I'm not talking to the right people. Why I'm not talking to the right people? And then do a self-reflection. Oh, they are not experienced enough, you know, or, you know, this person is not giving me, or he's, you know, probably is too stingy with knowledge. Don't know what it is. So that becomes a double loop learning, so that the next time you do it, you make sure you get the right person, right? So that's double loop learning. We call it double loop learning. In learning and development, we call it double loop learning. Right, but if you do a single loop learning, it means that you just have a hypothesis to begin with, then you do something and then just find out what it is. That's it. That's just single loop learning. It's problem solving. So all problem solving activity are single loop learning. But if you go beyond that, it becomes double loop learning. You reflect on what you did, what went right, what went wrong, and then your proposal for the next step forward, that becomes double loop learning. Yeah. Okay. Very good. So you have a sense of self-directed learning. Sometimes it's called self-determined learning. So you see that in the learning and development industry, there's a lot of terms that are used interchangeably. Yeah, but it actually sometimes means the same, almost the same, I would say, not exactly the same, but they are used interchangeably. Self-directed, self-determined, so it's the same, almost the same thing, almost the same thing. There's slight nuances in differences, but they're almost the same thing. And what do you understand by social learning? Anyone? Nor, what do you understand by social learning?
Observing others.
Yes.
Imitating others. Learn
Yes.
from others.
Yes, you learn from others. How do you learn from others?
By observing.
Right.
Imitating.
Imitating them. For what purpose?
For what purpose?
Imitating them. Learning, observing, imitating. To do what?
To look at something. I'm not sure. To learn something.
So that.
To learn something from others.
Okay.
So that we can improve ourselves.
Yes. When you say improve ourselves, meaning what?
Upgrade ourselves.
Upgrade yourselves.
Increase our value.
Increase our value. Those are not wrong. How do you increase your value? Sorry, I'm that type who will ask you and drill you. How do you make yourself in terms of increasing your value? How do you increase your value? How do you make people see that you increase your value?
How?
No. Increasing value is such a big word, but really on the ground, how do you make sure that people see, especially your bosses, see that you, like Subra wants to see you, so that you want Subra to see that you are now have increased your value in Cyberjaya College?
Maybe we can look at, for example, look at self-confidence. Maybe before the social learning, I don't have any self-confidence. Then after the social learning,
okay,
I have gained some.
Okay, good to begin with. It's a good start.
Look at the changes.
Yeah, when you observe others, you imitate them so that you are able to do things that you are not able to do before. Right or not?
Yes.
I give you an example in Petronas. In Petronas, we do a lot of observing others, especially in leadership development. For instance, what we did in Petronas is that the junior leader will opt to go and observe another leader who's more proficient in their leadership. So for instance, they will go in a meeting and see, they become observers and they observe how the other leaders, the so-called more competent leaders, conduct meetings with the right leadership skills, right? Or even they opt in and say, Mr. More efficient leader, more effective leader, can I sit down in your coaching sessions, get permission? And then they see how this leader conduct a coaching session with their subordinates, with other leaders, the more junior leaders, right? And they observe how it's being done, so that when they go back to the job, they play a better role in being a better leader. All right, so that's very effective than just going for classes, right? So that's social learning in action, right? So we do that a lot, observing others. Okay, make sense?
Probably if I were to add,
Yes, Supra.
another word for self-directed learning is learning independently, right?
Yes, learning independently. Betul. Learning independently. But learning independently can be multi-levels. You can learn independently on your own. You can learn independently in collaboration with another mature person that you go back to whenever you have problems. All right. So that's also self-directed learning independently.
Yeah. Just to ask your view, see, nowadays the teenagers in the schools and the college and so on, if you look at it, because we are saying that, you know, instead of depending on others to learn, we are directing ourselves, our own learning, you know. Say, for example, nowadays, if you see the teenagers, they are very good in using a social media, especially now you look at it, the TikTok. So much involved in that, you know, how do they use the TikTok, and then how do they get connected with their friends and others and so on. Do you consider that is self-directed learning in a certain way of dealing with the people and engaging and learning?
You know, it depends on the context. If I get you right, if the teenager looks at TikTok and they see behaviors in the TikTok that is what they want to imitate, right? And because it's part of their learning, that's fine. Then that is self-directed learning. And you can see that self-directed learning is very interlinked with social learning. Those two things are not totally separable, right? Because if you look at TikTok, you're learning from others, so that becomes social learning. But you are self-directed in the sense that you take the initiative to look at the TikTok and learn from it. So in a wider sense, that is self-directedness. Yeah, self-directed learning, I would say. But the important thing is that when looking at the TikTok, is that what they want to learn in the first place? You know, is that something that they want to be able to do after learning from TikTok? Then it becomes self-directed, right? If it's not from them, they were asked to, they were forced to, then it's not necessarily self-directed. It is mandated learning, I would say. There's no such term, but I would say it's mandated learning. So it doesn't matter what, like I said, sources for self-directed learning, when you plan for it, can be many. It can be from the internet, can be from the phones, can be from other people who's more competent than yourselves. So that's self-directed learning. So it's quite broad, it's quite large.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I can give you a definition right now. So what is self-directed learning? If there's a definition, it is a process where learners take the initiative by themselves with or without the help of others. That's why I said many levels of self-directed. It can be totally independent. It can be independent, but with the help of others when they need to, they reach out. What do? They diagnose their learning needs. What do I need to learn? What do I want to learn, right? What gap do I have that I need to address? That's diagnosing learning needs. And then based on that, you come up with, okay, at the end of the day, I should be able to do 1, 2, 3. They need to come up with themselves, write on a piece of paper, think about it. Then based on that, they identify where they're going to get the learning. Is it from others? Is it from training, from classroom? Is it from more experienced people? Is it by going to conferences? They decide. So they formulate, they identify the resources for learning, and they select the learning strategies. That learning strategies means, do I learn visually, for instance? Do I learn, like for me, I learn best by listening because I'm very auditory. So I find ebooks very effective for me. YouTube, very good for me because I actually hear things. So that's a learning strategy. So they need to know what works best for them. And then after that, like I said, come back and evaluate. Was it effective? Was it not effective? Double loop learning, remember? If it's not effective, why? If it's effective, why? You know, so that's the whole process that we're talking about. It's an end-to-end process. Self-directed learning is an end-to-end process where the learner takes accountability of his own learning. And going back to my example of our specialist in Petronas Leadership Center, we can't afford to give spray and pray training anymore. People need to identify what gap they need to close, what goals do they have in terms of their learning, identify where they're going to learn, pick the right strategies, and then they evaluate themselves. So it's totally independent learning, but of course there's always the more experienced people like myself that they can refer to when they do self-directed learning. And Petronas company has got a wealth of e-learning resources available that they can tap on, which is not people, which is actually a platform thing. Or they can go into the internet. So that is self-directed learning. Okay. So what is social?
Ramli, just before you move on,
right.
Just to enlighten a few things, is that sometimes this is also our culture and also the way that we grew up, you know, because right now, if you notice that in our education system or the child bringing up the children and all, they are very dependent on the others. They like to be spoon-fed, you know, rather than,
Dependent on others is fine. It is not wrong to be dependent on others, like I said. But if you're dependent on others for people to tell you what to do, that's not good. But if you're dependent on other people because they are your sources for learning, then that is good. You should depend on others. That's the difference. So therefore, I think you're right. The culture is such that we are spoon-fed. We are a society that are spoon-fed. And we need to do less and less of the spoon feeding. That's why we see, sorry to say, I'm very biased towards the Western culture, probably because I'm educated there as well. I find that over there, people are more self-determined, you know. If they don't want to do something, because probably they are in that situation, they can afford to do it. If they don't like something, they just move on and you know, because they are more self-directed in a sense, because that's their culture. Therefore, you know, Eastern culture in the Eastern part of this world, you know, we may be very good in our academic, but we don't really perform in the end. You know what? We don't come up with new stuff. We don't come up with patterns a lot more than, you know, Western. But it's shifting. China is producing more and more new patterns already, you know. So, you know, it's that whole dynamic that we need to look at and reconsider. Like I said, self-directed is much slower than social learning from my angle, from my industry perspective. Social learning is more easy to conduct. Self-directed learning, because it's internal to people, you know, they are brought up in a certain way, like you said, Subra. They're used to being told. So self-directed, the concept of self-directedness is very alien to a lot of people. But social learning is fine, because I think in our culture, we are very social people, social beings, right? And it comes more naturally for us. We just need you know, people just need a more gentler push to go into social learning. But in terms of self-directed learning, it's going to be harder push. So what is social?
Just give you an example, you know, online MBA, just to go back to the MBA program in Malaysia and this year. That was not many takers a few years ago, you know.
Right, what?
compared to the other countries and so on, which I know. But lately there is a traction of people are doing their own online MBA, trying to improve themselves, taking up professional courses and so on. I see that more and more people are coming forward to equip themselves with a specialized skill.
Right. Okay. That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you for that feedback. Okay, what is social learning? Social learning is saying that most behaviors, if not all, is caused by a combination of inner processes and environmental factors, right? Behavior change is because we change because we believe internally that that behavior is good for us to move towards, right? So it becomes an inner process. But it's also dependent on environmental factors, right? If it's not conducive, there's nobody that you can learn from, that's an environmental factor. The behavior may not change, right? Internally we may agree that's the best behavior, but I don't have anyone else to learn. I'm supposed to conduct coaching, but I don't know how it's done. I can learn, right? But I think it'd be better if I can see how this is done. Then it is more effective. It is more easier for me to change my behavior. It's more easier for me to do coaching because I've seen how it's done, right? I think that's normal, right? If you ask somebody to do something, and then in Petronas, this is really happening. I was working with leaders. They are supposed to conduct virtual sessions on engagements. Let's say the company comes up with a new policy, a new strategic direction. Like recently, the company wants, the new direction is to increase cash by 50%. Secondly, is to go into renewable energy. And thirdly, is to cut zero carbon, is to achieve zero carbon emission by 2050. So this is a new strategy. And then a leader is asked to engage employees on this new direction, right? Other people have done it. And then when we approach to a new leader, boss, you need to conduct with your subordinates on this direction and this direction, aligning them to this direction. And very often they will ask me, Ramli, can I see the videos of others who have done it? See, that is an attempt at social learning from others. I want to see others first, how they do it. Then I know what to do and I can make amendments. I can, at least I can begin by seeing how others do it. That's social learning. So they know they have to display a new behavior, and that behavior is ability to engage their subordinates, their constituency on the new business directions. Right, Kumaran is joining. I don't know who Kumaran is. I assume he's, I admitted him. Okay. So going back to my example, environment, we are referring to inner processes, behavior. So that leader, he's going to engage, tell the audience about the new direction. Inner processes, they would know, okay, I probably need to know what is the new direction. I need to read it up. I need to understand it. But I don't think I can do it. I don't have the self-efficacy if I don't see other people doing it. That's one of the factor of environment that they need to have in order to change their behavior. I hope that makes sense. So that's my real experience in the company. So it's learning that occurs in a social context. So it's a social context where people learn from each other through observation, imitation, or even direct instruction. Actually, when you are lecturing people, that's social learning. That is social learning. Whenever you learn from others in a social context, it becomes social learning. I think direct instruction is the most used already, but we want to expand beyond just direct instruction, all right? Because you are losing out a lot of development opportunities if you are just dependent on direct instruction. Yeah, Brendan, Brenda, or even Noor have certain amount of time only to do direct instruction. But if they do social learning beyond direct instruction, they can develop further and more deeply, more intensely as a result. All right. Okay. Any thoughts at this point? Make sense?
Yeah, so far so good.
Okay, so far so good, huh? I'm not going too fast. All right, now this is important. Has anybody seen this before?
Sorry,
Yes
no.
or no?
No.
No, Brenda?
70%, 20%, 10%, is it? Model in
Yes, this is a workplace learning model. Okay. What it is saying basically, if people want to learn and change their behavior, learn a new skill, all right, learn a new competence, to be competent in something, it takes 3 elements. Firstly is formal, which is a 10%. This is the classes. This is reading books. This is what else? It could be going for a conference. It's 10% formal, still formal, right? But is it enough? It's not enough, right? Like I said, learning is beyond just learning. Development is beyond learning. Learning is an important part. It is, no doubt. It is very important. You know, people become motivated to do something because they learn from a class. It's important. It's a starting point. Not to say that it's important. Otherwise, all training are useless. It's not. It's a beginning. But it doesn't necessarily translate into competence. That's what it is saying. This is a CCL model. It's from Center for Creative Leadership. This model. Don't take 70-20 as absolute numbers. It's just an indication. It can be 5%, it can be 10%, doesn't matter. But what it's saying is relatively, people will be more competent if they go to classes, then they learn from others, which is the social part, social bit, where they learn from others. I've heard about coaching in a class. Now I want to learn more about that. I want to talk to Brandon, who is more experienced in coaching. He's done lots of coaching in my company, and I want to talk to him, learn from him what to do, what not to do, because the context in the classroom may be different from the context in the workplace. And I think you need to realize that. Sometimes what is learned in the classroom is very ideal, but it may be different in the company. Maybe I learned from the classroom that, when I do coaching, it's all about listening all the time. It's all about the coach's agenda, and all those sorts. But in my company, in Petronas, it's not necessarily about learning. There's a bit of coaching where they actually also want inputs from the coach, for instance. Then Brandon will tell me, Ramli, what you hear in the classroom, betul, correct. But in Petronas, they also expect in coaching sessions to get your input as well. So, it may not be pure coaching, but that's what's needed in my context. So I learned that from my interaction with Brendan, who is more experienced in the company. So that's learning from others. All right, social is about learning from others. If you go to conferences, it becomes 10% if you listen to the speaker. But when speaker says, okay, guys, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, talk to your nearest to you, what were their experiences on this topic, then you start talking to Noor, who's in the conference. And then Noor tells you something different, something new. That is social. That is that 20%. It's not 10% anymore. When you go back to the speaker starts again, okay, thank you guys. I want to move forward. Let me talk. That goes back to 10%. You understand? So there's a difference between 10 and 20%. I'm not saying that 20% is better than 10%. It adds on. It's adding on. You know, so if you're just dependent on 10%, you don't have the 20%, it's not as effective as when you have both. Social learning adds on to the ability to perform something, right? Like I said, it's developmental. You need to develop yourselves to do new things that you're not able to do before. So social learning helps. Learning from others. If you equate social learning equals learning from others, doesn't matter who. It can be from your subordinate. Doesn't have to be, you know, from your higher ups or more experienced people. Sometimes your subordinates are more experienced. We have a situation in the plants. Yeah, a lot of the managers in the plants are graduates, right? They don't have a lot of hands-on experience, I can tell you that. So when they go to the plants, they are normally the bosses of the technicians, right? And the bosses of the technicians are called supervisors. Supervisors are people, technicians who are more experienced. They are promoted to become supervisors. So in that dynamic, what happens is the managers do not know as much as the supervisors, you know. So if the supervisor, if the technicians or the supervisors want to learn, if the technicians want to learn, they better learn from the supervisors, not from the managers. The managers are administrative leaders, right? So knowing who, and this is where we talk about self-directed, you must identify the resource that you want to learn, who you want to learn from. So for the technician, it's better to learn from the supervisors because they are more experienced. Sometimes maybe the managers, because the managers are graduates, they go to far-flung universities, you know. I can tell you a lot of Petronas people are all overseas educated, not most. So they learn from all those fancy universities, but doesn't mean that they know how to do the job on the ground. It is the supervisors who sometimes are not even graduates that know better. So that's social learning for you. And finally, 70%. 70% is the highest contribution to any development experience, which is on the job. If you learn from others, if you learn from books, if you go to classes, then you talk to others, you are still not able to necessarily do the job well. You can do the job, but not the best. It's the best if you have your own experience doing on the job itself. And that's called the 70% or the experiential learning. Learning by experience on the job. So you need all three components. So I can tell you in my previous company where we developed learning specialists, their development areas, their development gaps are identified by 10, 20, 70. And the emphasis is a lot more on 70. And you can see that when they go for assessments, people who have more of the 70% will pass, will be likely, the likelihood of them passing is more than those people who just have 10 and 20. 70 is actually the determinant of whether the person is going to be competent or not. So this is a very important ratio of any development. It is used in identifying the development gaps and executing the development opportunities to ensure that person is competent. Yeah, so you have to take into account all these 10, 20%. 10% what training courses they should go, 20% who's going to be the mentor, who's their buddies, who do you create a platform for them to learn, have conferences. What kind of conference is big? It's like just knowledge share sessions where they can share with one another, you know. And 70% is they will practice it in their jobs and they do double loop learning. I heard from Brendan, this is a way to do the job, this is a way to do coaching. Okay, I'll try my own coaching and see whether it works or not. Then I reflect on it. Oh, it doesn't work in my context. It works in Brendan's context, but my people are slightly different. So that's double loop learning. Then the next time when I do coaching, I'll do differently because I learned something valuable from there. So it takes a whole loop of 10, 20, 70 in order to be competent. I think what's missing in a lot of organizations, they do for training, they went for training, training after training after training, not much of social learning, definitely not given opportunity to do it. is going to impair or impede on the ability to model the new behavior or to demonstrate the new competence or skills. I think that's what's missing. Okay. All right. Some reflections on this model. Do you find it useful? Is it eye-opening?
Yeah, it's something that you are doing it actually without realizing it.
Yes,
And
without
then you see
realizing.
when you see the model, then you realize,
Yep.
oh, we are doing it at the moment.
Right, right. We are doing it. It's just that sometimes it's not conscious because we don't know that it is there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And personally, I think a lot of you have done it. You know, you have applied for the job, you talk to others, you go for classes, it makes sense. But somehow when it goes into organizations, it's a different thing. It's a different thing. You know what I mean? Because in organization, it has to be deliberate. Otherwise, you're left to chance. So if Brenda understands this and she does on her own, which is good, self-directed, but it is not pervasive. Some people didn't do it. They are not aware of it, or they're not curated to do it. This is where the curation comes in. Organizations must curate it in such a way that it is deliberate. It is not left to chance. There's a difference. You understand now? You want to make it pervasive. It's good that Brenda does it, but does Brendan or Noor does it? Yeah. If they don't, then you're not making it happen organizationally. That's why we talk about learning and development in organizations. We're talking about organizational level. There's a difference. Okay. Noor, any reflections on this?
Actually, we are doing it
Good.
daily basis. For example, I'm giving a situation where since this pandemic, we are doing online exam. So so we are switching the online the exam mode from face-to-face mode into online mode. So to do it, so we have to learn. There are a formal session where we are being trained how to set the question paper online, and then we are doing it. And when we are doing it, so we talk to each other. We ask our colleague how to do it. How do you do it? How do you do exam essay part? How do you do MCQ part? So actually we are doing it without realizing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. So excellent. We are doing it. I take it that it's at individual levels, right? So, which is good. People need to do it. But when we talk about in this course, in this module, we're talking about elevating it to the organizational level. If you talk about companies, we're talking about companies deliberatingly doing this for their employees. That means the employees must attend courses, and then I will put the employees as buddies. I will choose buddies who has more experience with them or similar level, they learn from each other. And then there's opportunity for knowledge sharing, small group knowledge sharing, that's social. And then finally, they need to demonstrate certain competence. For instance, they need to be able to repair a particular equipment. So if they are not given the opportunity to do it, either dependently or independently, then it's not enough. It has to do all three things must happen at organizational level. That's the difference. You understand what I mean? All right. In Cyberjaya College, maybe the 70 part too, I'm not sure because it's more of 10-20. Does the 70% happens? Maybe it does, because it will happen when the learners, but the learners are not working yet. There's a difference. Yeah. But in a working environment, the 70% is crucial. The person must be given the opportunity. Otherwise, the person may not be totally competent. He may be partially competent by observing, by going to classes, but if he doesn't do it, there's no acid test. can the person do it on the ground? You'll never know if you don't give him that job or that role to perform. Yeah. So we're talking about, again, I'm going back to the learning and development at organizations. Yeah. Okay, making it deliberate. All right, moving on. Thank you. Very good feedback. Excellent feedback. Very good discussions. I like it. Okay. Now, we are now going into learning theories. There'll be lots of learning theories where you're going to learn today. And if you look at this diagram, anyone knows what this is? It's a fable. It's a fable. What is it? What is this? I know when I was small, I learned about this. It's in the storybooks.
I'm not familiar with this, but looking at
You're
it.
not familiar? Oh my gosh, it must be a generation. It must be a generation thing. Now I must ask Supra. Supra, do you know this? Are you there, Supra?
Probably it's the same animal, but different people touching at different parts, so they may perceive it differently.
Yes, yes.
Ah.
It's a famous fable, you know. We learned this when we were in primary school. Obviously, it's not learned anymore. It's called The Six Blind Men. Six can 2 4 6. Six blind men and the elephant. It goes like this. There are 6 blind men. They have never heard of an elephant because they are blind. And then an elephant is brought to them. And then one blind man, the only way they can understand what an elephant feels and looks like is when they go and touch the elephant. So one blind man go to the tusk and say, oh, the blind man who's holding the tusk will say, oh, an elephant is like a knife, sharp, you know, very strong. Another blind man would go to the, what's belalai in English? Go to the belalai lah. And then, oh, an elephant is like a thick rope, you know. Another blind man pula went to the ears and touched the ears. And said, oh, you know, an elephant is like so and so. Another blind man touches the leg and say, oh, you know, an elephant is like a tree trunk, you know. And then another blind man go to the tail and say things like that. Are all these blind men wrong?
No.
No, definitely not. You're not wrong. You're right. You're not wrong. They're looking at different parts of the same thing, isn't it? But when you put their parts together, it becomes a big picture. It becomes an elephant. Betul tak?
Yeah, but
So learning theories are like that. There are many learning theories, but they are not wrong. They're not all wrong because they are looking at different contexts. That's why I say context is important. They're looking at different contexts. Yeah. And this is what I want you to know, that we're going to talk about a lot of learning theories, and they're not all wrong. They are looking at different contexts. It's the only difference. Yeah. But we need all in order to give us a big picture of learning. How does learning happen? This is psychology. This is learning psychology. Yeah. So we're going to look at the psychological aspects of learning, and they're looking at different aspects. So that's something that you have to keep in mind before I go into the learning theories. Okay. So there are big chunks in learning theories. Okay. There are big chunks in learning theories. You can divide the chunks into 3 portions. The first portion is one of the earliest learning theories. They are called behaviorism. Behaviorism. The root word is behavior, right? And the simplest example I can give you today is what I did today, all right? How? Anyone noticed? How did I apply behaviorism today? With you, particularly? Did you notice or not? I want certain behavior to appear more, right? And I want you to talk to me more. So what did I use or make in order to encourage you to speak more? What did I do? Anyone noticed?
Dialogue.
Yes, that's one. I carry out a dialogue. Okay, what else? Very simple. When you say something, what did I say?
You ask how? Or
I ask how, but okay, fine, and that's good. What else? What else did I say to encourage you to say more?
you ask
Respond to
opinion?
the answer.
Sorry?
You are a
Asking
facilitator
opinion.
instead of lecturer or trainer.
Yeah. What did I do? Did you notice that I give you compliments?
Oh,
I never say that's not the answer. That was not I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. Very often you see me saying, excellent, good response. What else? You notice that? These are what we call reinforcing your behaviors. This is behaviorism. I'm already applying the learning theory of behaviorism. Right? I invite you for a dialogue. I'm creating a safe environment. So I'm giving you things that will make the right behavior becoming more often, making you wanting to speak more. One of the simplest way is to give compliments. Excellent, good. Then you become more. You want to demonstrate the behavior more. You want to speak. You are more able to speak more because you get positive reinforcements. I can give you negative reinforcement. I can say, not a good answer. That's not what I'm looking for. That's not good. That's going to stifle your wanting to demonstrate more of that same behavior, right? I'm talking about stimuli and response, stimulus and response. When I ask you something, you responded, right? And when you responded correctly, I give you reinforcement. So it's stimulus, response, and reinforcement, right? So behavior is looking purely from the outside. I don't know what's happening inside your brain, right? I only know I want this behavior to happen. I think some other examples would be, let's say in a classroom, in a real classroom, those who come early, I will give him 1 ringgit, right? So that's reinforcing, positive reinforcement. So more and more likely, tapi duit tak sustainable lah kan? Nanti habis lah duit I kan? Maybe I can use it for a start. So you get people to come early, on time, or even earlier, then I give them money, 50 cents each. Then you are encouraging more behaviors. All right? Okay. You get my meaning, right? So some of these theories are in behaviorism, right? And when we give that example of coaching others, right? And you observe others coaching, that could be part of behaviorism. Yeah, because when you see others and then after that you try and it works, it reinforces that behavior. So that's part of behaviorism. But observing others is not necessarily just behaviorism, it's more of that. But it can be part of behaviorism. Okay, let's look at behaviorism. What behaviorism looks like. Yeah, let's look at the video. It will demonstrate to you what behaviorism is so that you have better understanding. Tak boleh juga, jap. Pointer options, I should go for what? Arrow option, right? Automatic. Okay.
Meet Teacher Tony. Teacher Tony is concerned about his classroom management. Teacher Tony needs help.
I can't get my students to behave properly.
Why don't you use behaviorism to help shape appropriate student behavior?
What's behaviorism?
Behaviorism is a learning theory based on the idea that behavior can be controlled or modified based on the antecedents and consequences of a behavior.
Huh?
For example, in the classroom, a behavior will only occur if given the right environment or antecedent. The behavior is more or less likely to reoccur based on the reinforcements or consequences that follow, such as rewards and punishments.
What?
You've probably seen behaviorism at work and didn't even know it. Behaviorism is often used for shaping classroom behavior and helping students learn basic facts and skills. Common examples include, you can watch TV as soon as you're done with your homework. Students who complete all homework this week don't have to take the quiz on Friday. Receiving a sticker for a correct answer on a math problem. And students who arrive late will receive detention. These are all examples of behaviorism at work in the classroom. Now let's see if we can apply the principles of behaviorism to help solve Teacher Tony's problem. First, Teacher Tony needs to decide what specific behaviors he wants his students to exhibit. Teacher Tony decides he would like students to show 4 behaviors. Teacher Tony wants students to come to class on time, have materials out when the bell rings, participate in classroom discussions, and push in their chair when they leave class. Next, Teacher Tony must decide on reinforcements or consequences for his students. Teacher Tony decides on 2 reinforcers. First, Teacher Tony will award classroom money to students who demonstrate behaviors. Money can be spent on class rewards, such as using notes on a quiz or turning in homework late with no penalty. Second, Teacher Tony will take away money from students who fail to demonstrate the behaviors. After implementing these principles of behaviorism, Teacher Tony's students are coming to class on time, have materials out when the bell rings, participating in classroom discussions, and pushing in their chair when they leave class.
Using behaviorism really helped my classroom management.
If you are wanting to shape student behaviors and learning in your class, you can use behaviorism to solve your problems, just like Teacher Tony.
Okay. Does that make sense? Is it clearer now about what behaviorism is? Anybody have used, without them knowing, behaviorism in their classrooms? Any of you?
I can say yes.
Okay. What did you do?
So usually after at the end of my class, at the end of my lecture, I will ask question. And then I usually said to my student, I told them that if during my lecture you are playing with your phone, then I will ask 5 questions.
Oh, interesting.
5 questions. Then
okay.
After answering all these questions, then you can go lah. So
interesting.
I can see that before I do this behaviorism, can I say behaviorism? Before
yes, it is.
I do this, so students tend to look at their phone
less
during my class. After I do this, then they don't even touch their phones.
There you see. So good. Thank you. Excellent example of behaviorism. You're applying it. We say normally applying behaviorism. That means you are applying it without you knowing it, but you can see the effect. So your stimulus is tell them not to look at the phone, right? And then when they did not do their phone, because you say your stimulus say that if you look at the phone, I'm going to give you 5 questions in a quiz, right? So their response was, maybe for a start, some people may not totally obey it, maybe. Most people obey it. So those people who did not obey it, you give them 5 questions. And then it becomes a reinforcement. That's what we call negative reinforcement, because you punish them. So the others will observe. And then the ones who are doing it will stop it. So that becomes a reinforcement. All right. So after a while, without even you telling them, after a while, after you've done this many times, a few times, without you telling them, they will not even do it, because they know that that is a punishment. They have what we call in psychology, we call that they are conditioned not to play with their phones. So this is called conditioning. So behaviorism is about conditioning behaviors. It began with a Pavlov dog. Have you heard of the Pavlov dog? Anyone? No? Yes? A Pavlov dog is an experiment that was done by Pavlov, a psychologist, many years ago. So behaviorism is a very old theory. Yeah? It talks about this experiment is Pavlov have a dog, you know. Every time, feeding time, Pavlov will bring the food and ring the bell as well, okay? So he does this quite a number of times. So the dog is so used to food and bell ringing. And then whenever the food and the bell rings, the dog will salivate, because you can see the dog is salivating. I don't know what it looks like, but I think you can see it, I suppose. He does this many times, and then after a while, he stops bringing the food, but he only rings the bell. Huh? And then he noticed that the dog still salivate, even though without the food, because the dog has been conditioned to salivate by hearing the bell. So that is called, it's the same thing that you did with the students. Yeah. After a while, you don't have to tell them, they know not to look at their phones. I think if they do, then you have to repeat the stimulus again by telling them again, I'm going to give you 5 quizzes, 5 questions in a quiz, and you have to answer. So that is conditioning behaviors. That's behaviorism. Yeah. Okay. Very good example. I like that. Sometimes we do this, it's just that we don't realize it's behaviorism, and our parents do this all the time, and you as parents probably do it with their children. Yeah. All right, moving on. Next, another group of learning theories are what we call cognitivism. Now, cognitivism comes from the root word of cognitive. So cognitive is internal, is brain related. How you process information is cognitive. Yeah? It's a technical term in learning and development. It's called cognitive. Yeah? So cognitivism are those theories that are looking at how do I make sure people learn. Yang tadi just now is about behavior change. This is about learning. Yeah? How do yang tadi pun learning juga lah from a behavior perspective. It's totally external to the person. Tapi yang ini internally. How do I help people learn so that it synchronized, it jives with how people actually internally process information, process and gain new information that I'm trying to give them. So this is cognitivism. Okay, so let's look at an example of a cognitivism by looking at Teacher Tom again. Teacher Tom, I think his name is.
Meet Teacher Tony.
Oh, Teacher Tony.
Teacher Tony is concerned about teaching long division. Most of his students can't seem to understand the concept and how to do it. Teacher Tony needs help.
I can't get my students to learn long division.
Why don't you use cognitivism to help you teach a difficult subject like long division?
What's cognitivism?
Cognitivism is a learning theory that focuses on how information is received, organized, stored, and retrieved by the mind.
What?
Cognitivism views the mind as an information processor, like a computer. For example, in the classroom, instruction should be organized, sequenced, and presented in a manner that is understandable and meaningful to the learner. Cognitivism emphasizes retention and recall through the use of quality teaching practices.
Huh?
You've probably seen cognitivism at work and didn't even know it. Cognitivism is often used in developing classroom lessons and helping students learn higher order thinking skills. Common examples include starting a lesson with a hook to create interest, activating prior knowledge by beginning a lesson with a review quiz, chunking information into comprehensible and digestible parts, using graphic organizers to help structure and relate content. These are all examples of cognitivism at work in a classroom. Now let's see if we can apply the principles of cognitivism to help solve Teacher Tony's problem. First, Teacher Tony needs to decide what skills students need in order to understand long division. After thinking, Teacher Tony found that in order to understand long division, students should know basic multiplication, basic division, and how to subtract numbers. Sequencing instruction by teaching prerequisite skills such as multiplication, simple division, and subtraction first will help students build upon prior knowledge to better learn how to do long division. Teacher Tony prepares two things to help his students. He creates the mnemonic device, Dead Monkeys Smell Bad, to help students remember the steps of long division: divide, multiply, subtract, bring down. He also creates a color-coded poster that walks students through the long division process step by step. If students get stuck, they can look at this poster to help cue their memory. After implementing these principles of cognitivism, Teacher Tony's students are doing a much better job of understanding, retaining, and recalling the long division process.
Using cognitivism really helped my students learn long division.
If you are wanting to teach difficult concepts to your class, you can use cognitivism to help solve your problems.
Okay. Have you used cognitivism in your classroom?
Was it like quizzes, tasks to help them to recall what they have learned?
Yes, it's one of those. One of those, yes, definitely. It's basically, people learn in a certain way. Their brain processes information in a certain way, and you curate your learning in such a way that they use that process. They are familiar with it. For instance, if you want to teach a new subject, you cannot just start with a new subject. You must relate it to something that they've learned before. So you do some review. Or yesterday, students, you learn about ABC. So moving on from that, you create the linkage, right? Moving on from that, today we're going to learn something else. So they don't learn, they know the connection between the previous learning and the new learning, for instance. That's one way. The other way, like you say, is you want to know whether they are able to recall information. You have taught them certain things. So let's do a quiz. Let's do a pop quiz. So that is another cognitivism approach, because you know that you want them to recall information. And one way of recalling information is to do a quiz. So that's one. Yes, definitely, Brendan. So all these are things that you have used. I'm sure you have used. The other thing is talking about chunking. You don't go and tell everything at one go. So you break them into small chunks so that they can process it. Otherwise, it will be too much for them to handle. Betul tak? So these are all cognitivism. It's not behaviorism. You see the behaviorism lying there. Dalam behaviorism, you do quiz. Quiz is cognitivism. But when you give them feedback, you say, for good ones, good answers, you say good, excellent. For bad answers, you say try again. So that is behaviorism. But the act of doing the quiz is cognitivism. You understand? Huh? It's different. That's the slight difference. That's why I say it's like the elephant. You look at different things. Make sense? What are examples? What are examples of other, apart from giving quizzes, that you have personally used in your classes? What would be that example? Brenda. Where have you used cognitivism?
In my work now or when I was teaching?
Maybe more of when you were teaching lah, because it's more of the teaching lah, I would say. Your work also you can, your work also you can, you know. Yeah, can use cognitivism.
If it's in teaching, the only thing I can remember was doing quizzes, or if it's not quizzes, before the start of the class, you recall, you ask them back, what have you learned?
Right.
Because one of the things that I've taught before was teaching students how to use Adobe software. So at the start of the class, you'll be like giving them a task based on what you have taught them from the previous class.
Yes.
So you give them a task and see how they apply the knowledge they have learned before.
Yeah, that's one example of cognitivism, definitely, when you're in the class. When I was working in Petronas, like I said, I'm responsible for developing a group of people to become specialists. Or if they are specialists, I'm supposed to help them develop to promote themselves to a higher level of specialist level. So when I use cognitivism, when I sit down with them, I will talk to them. I will ask them, what is it that you want to achieve? What gaps do you need to close? And they will give me answers, right? When I use cognitivism, I will say, okay, that's a large thing to achieve, right? In terms of smaller steps, what would you need to do? That's cognitivism, because it's about sequencing things. They can process only, they know they want to achieve X, but that's too big for them to swallow and do. So I help them by them processing in their minds, in their brains, in order to do X, what's A, B, C, D that will lead you to X? So I break it down to smaller chunks, more doable things. So it's my coaching, I use cognitivism there. You understand? That's the difference. Because they have to process in their brain, because they're going to do this. So they're going to think about, okay, I'm going to do X. I'm going to be consulting. I want to be a better consultant. That's a huge thing. Okay, in order to do consulting, what do you need to do? What are the steps in consulting? Oh, I need to sit down with the clients. I need to understand their pain points. Okay, let's look at that. What do you need to do to that better? So that's cognitivism. I'm asking them to process information. That is cognitivism. So cognitivism is, if you look at the 70-20-10, cognitivism applies a lot in, I would say, actually, all. You're right, all, 10, 20, 70. Yeah, you need to use cognitivism in 10, 20, and 70 because it's all about internal processing of your brain is basically a computer processor. In cognitivism, acknowledge that the brain is an information processing. Therefore, in order to make people learn, you have to follow the way the computer process information, which is chunking, relating to previous learning, testing whether they can retrieve the information or the new learning. So all this must be there. All right. And finally, constructivism. So constructivism is basically a knowledge, it comes from the word construct. It's knowledge constructed by adapting new information based on previous experience. Now, I know this is a mouthful, but constructivism, basically, if there's one word that describes constructivism, is, in our terms, in our context, in your context, is projects. When you do projects, you are doing constructivism. Okay, construct, because you construct new knowledge by doing it. So constructivism is actually 70%, more of 70%. In 70%, you do 10 and 20%. That's fine. But constructivism is about doing on the job. Yeah. So you do projects. You do research. You know, that's constructivism. You can see behaviorism is low. Next one is cognitivism is higher up, but the highest is constructivism. Is more deep. All right. So let's look at what it looks like in real life.
Meet Teacher Tony. Teacher Tony is having difficulty engaging his students in learning about resource sustainability and waste. His current curriculum doesn't build communication and collaboration skills or promote critical thinking and problem solving. He feels his students are passive participants in the learning process. Teacher Tony needs help.
I can't get my students to learn higher order thinking skills and problem solving.
Why don't you use constructivism to help transform your teaching so that students are actively engaged with problem solving in meaningful contexts?
What's constructivism?
Constructivism is a learning theory that equates learning with creating meaning from experience.
Huh?
Learning is more meaningful to students when they are able to interact with a problem or concept. Constructivism can help engage and motivate your students by making them take on a more active role in the learning process. Constructivism utilizes interactive teaching strategies to create meaningful contexts that help students construct knowledge based on their own experiences.
Huh?
You've probably seen constructivism at work and didn't even know it. Constructivism is often used to teach higher order thinking skills such as reasoning and problem solving, while also helping students transfer their knowledge to new and different situations. Common examples of constructivism include role-playing or simulating a historical event or time period, debating controversial current event issues and topics, utilizing cooperative learning groups to teach multiple perspectives, and allowing students to engage in real-world activities like internships. Now let's see if we can apply the principles of constructivism to help solve Teacher Tony's problem. First, Teacher Tony must decide how to actively engage his students in the topic. Teacher Tony decides to utilize the idea of problem-based learning to actively engage his students by challenging them to answer a real-world problem. Teacher Tony came up with the following essential question.
How can we reduce waste to help sustain Earth's resources?
Teacher Tony planned the following activities to help students answer the essential question. First, students will tour a local waste and recycling plant to learn firsthand how waste and recycling materials from their community are handled. Next, students will weigh and record how many pounds of food scraps their family puts into the regular trash each day. Then in groups, students will further research solutions to the problems in books, on the internet, and by interviewing experts around their community and the country using the telephone and Skype. Finally, the student groups will determine how they want to demonstrate their solutions to the essential question. Examples might include student-created books, slideshows, and public service announcements about recycling and the 4 R's. These learning artifacts could be displayed to members of the community and parents at a family recycling night. After implementing these principles of constructivism, Teacher Tony's students are more actively involved in their learning by engaging in problem solving, higher order thinking skills, and collaborative work.
Using constructivism really helped engage my students.
If you are wanting to build problem solvers and critical thinkers, then you can use constructivism to solve your problems, just like Teacher Tony.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So that's constructivism for you. It's basically putting your learners on a real real platform, on a doing the real thing, right? Could be mostly it's a project, you know. You can see the difference between behaviorism, cognitivism, and constructivism. Do you do constructivism in your classroom right now?
Yes.
In what way?
Um, Usually for students who are in higher semester, so we
Right,
give them case study because
right,
I'm teaching medical lab.
right.
So we're giving them case study. So we give a situation of a
Right.
patient, and then
Yep.
we are asking the student to form a group and then discuss about it.
Mm,
Come out with the diagnosis, the lab tests that are used that should be done, and
mm,
all this lah. So
mm,
they will discuss and come out with solution.
mm. Very good. Excellent. Constructivism is exactly what you said. It's about problem solving. It's about real life problems, real work problems, and they solve it. So then they create new meaning, new understanding. They construct knowledge because of that. Okay, if I give my example, right, in my classroom, in my previous, I deal with learners who are already working. I remember in a lot of my classrooms, I will teach them a concept, right? So when I teach them concepts, I will use what learning theory, what cluster of learning theories when I start teaching them concepts. Let's say I teach them steps to do coaching. What you need to know about coaching, steps to do coaching. What is it? What is it I'm doing? Which of the three, constructivism, cognitivism, or behaviorism am I applying? Anyone? Don't worry if it's wrong.
Cognitivism.
Yes, I'm using cognitivism because I presented the information according to their brain, because their brain prefer to understand the concepts I probably start by saying that you've learned about the importance of coaching, right? Now I'm going to tell you how to do the coaching step by step. So when I explain step by step, they can process it. They can process it so that they can understand and they can retain that information of step-by-step coaching process. Fine. Then, but in the process of teaching them, I probably ask them a few questions and then they give the right answer and I say, good, that's a good response. Well done. So that in that way, I'm applying behaviorism. So behaviorism and cognitivism can go together. All right, but it's not yet constructivism because they are not applying it on the job. Yeah, but in the classroom you can simulate on the job. You can simulate on the job. So what I did was, okay guys, you've learned about the steps of doing coaching, all right, and they retain the information. So now I want you to form groups of fours, right? Groups of fours. And I want you to role play a coaching situation. Role play a coaching situation. One of the four person will become the coachee. One of the four will become a coach. The other two will observe the process of coaching. Okay, now take 30 minutes to prepare. And then after that, we'll do the coaching session in the classroom. Okay. So when I do that activity, it becomes what? More of a, which one?
Constructivism.
Yes, it's constructivism because they're doing it on the job. We are simulating on the job. Even simulation is already good enough as a constructivism activity, right? So it's constructivism. So when they apply the steps in coaching on the job by simulating the event, they get new meaning. Oh, this is how it's done. Oh, this is what to say. Then they understand, they construct new. Now in their brain, they will have a schema. Our brain have many schemas. A schema of coaching because they've experienced it. So constructivism is experiential learning, learning from experience. If someone has not done any coaching yet, the brain doesn't have any schema on coaching. We all have schemas. We have schemas going to the supermarket. You know what to do already. Go and scan the QR, then go and pick a what trolley. So that's all schema because we have experienced it. So if we go to another supermarket in the United States or UK or other countries, you know what to do because your schema is there already. But if you haven't done any coaching, you don't have a schema yet. You don't have any experience. So you need to build that. So constructivism helps you do that. Build a schema for coaching. Same concept, right? So these are the learning theory buckets. It's behaviorism, it's cognitivism, it's constructivism. You have applied all three without you knowing it, right? So now that you are more aware, you can actually, every time you do it, apply all three learning theories, right? Okay. Okay, there's a lot to process. I'm using cognitivism right now, right? So I want to use cognitivism right now. So which of these three learning theory buckets? I consider these learning theory buckets because within each of these buckets, there are more ana-ana. There are more sub theories inside it, but these are buckets. Okay, out of these three buckets of cognitive, of learning theories, which one do you think contributes most to demonstration of competency or capabilities?
Constructivism.
Yes, very good. It's constructivism. Constructivism, if you link back to 10, 20, 70, constructivism is which one?
70.
Yes, it's 70. But in order to do 70, do you need 10? Do you need 20?
Yes.
Yes, you know about that. Because when you do projects, you still have to do 20. You learn from others. You still probably have to learn to read some materials on the project that you are doing, attend classes. So 70, 10, 20 is interlinked. Within constructivism also, you know, well, I mean, it's quite separate, I would say. It's not connected to behaviorism or cognitivism. Cognitivism is about how you present learning. How do you plan for learning? How do you teach? Cognitivism. But constructivism is the students take control of their learning more. All right, cognitivism tends to be very teacher-centered, lecturer-centered. Constructivism is less of lecturer-centered because you give them the assignment to do. Right?
Assignment is cognitivism, is it, Ramli?
Assignment, well, it depends, you know. When you give an assignment for the purpose of, but if the assignment is a project, then it becomes constructivism. If the assignment is simulating
concept, definition, theory,
yes,
then it's a cognitivism, right?
Yes, then it's cognitivism. You're right, on the spot there.
If they go into, say, for example, pandemic healthcare study.
What do you think that is?
That's a constructivism, right?
Yes, exactly. That's constructivism.
Survey, dipstick study, and so on.
Yes.
Okay.
Whenever you develop new meaning, new knowledge, either through research, projects, constructivism, because you construct knowledge. So whenever you give assignment for the purpose of
recall.
Sorry?
Recall.
Recall information that you learn, it becomes cognitivism.
Yeah, okay.
Because you are not really constructing new knowledge.
Yeah.
Clear? So behaviorism is simple. Behaviorism is what the teacher does, reinforcing behaviors that the teacher or the lecturer or the facilitator wants happening.
Yeah.
All right. So clear. So these are the three buckets. I would say three buckets. You need to know this as a learning and development professional. You need to know these three things. It's fundamental, it's foundational, but you need to know this. Yeah. Behaviorism, cognitivism, and constructivism. So within each of these buckets, there are lots more learning theories out there, which applies to self-directed as well as social learning. So in terms of social learning, where do you see it happening more of? Is it in behaviorism? Is it in cognitivism? Is it in constructivism? Social learning.
Behavioralism.
Why do you say it's behaviorism?
Because we learn from others and then we imitate.
Yes, good. Yes, it is. It is. It is. It is. What else? Apart from behaviorism, when you do social learning, apart from behaviorism, if you do that, because they are imitating others, they are imitating behaviors, right? What else? Where else do you see social learning happening apart from behaviorism? Does it happen in cognitivism?
It's in constructivism.
Yes. How does it happen in constructivism?
Because when they do projects, they are also doing it most of the time in groups.
Right.
So they listen to others and they see.
Yes. Correct. Very good. Very good. That's what they do. Social learning happens in constructivism in that way. What happens if you tell them it's not a group project, it's an individual project? Do they do social learning?
If it's an individual, I assume they will be also discussing with others to ask opinion. They will ask the mentor, they will ask other people.
That's right. Very good. So constructivism, social learning doesn't not necessarily have to be working in the same group. It could be that they ask others who are not part of their group because they're doing individual projects. So that is in itself social learning as well in constructivism. Very good. So behaviorism, especially cognitivism is more of teacher-centered. Teacher uses how the brain learns new information, how they store it, how they recall it. So that's cognitivism. Constructivism is constructing new meaning from things they do normally on the job or simulating real job experiences. So constructivism is experiential, learning from experience, right? Okay, so good. So now you guys are L&D professional already, right? Because if you ask people who are not in L&D, they wouldn't know this. What? Behaviorism, what is that? Cognitivism, are you kidding me? Constructivism, what devil is that? They don't know. But now you guys can use this lingo. You should use this lingo more to show that you are more professional. That's one way of showing that you are more professional. You understand. You are doing it. It's just that you don't know the technical terms and understand why you do it. You're already doing it. You just need to expand more of what you're doing. Okay? So up till now, I think you are very good. You're already competent L&D professional. Okay? So actually, when I say those things, I'm motivating you guys. Yeah? So it's motivation. This is giving you extrinsic motivation coming from me. But hopefully you see the value of these three buckets of learning theories and how you can apply it. So now, instead of doing it without realizing it, you are doing it more deliberately because you're realizing, oh, I'm applying constructivism. Oh, when I give them quizzes, when I present information in sequence, it becomes, I'm applying cognitivism. When I give praises, when I give rewards, when they are saying the right things, it becomes behaviorism. When I ask them to see others, now be careful. when you are imitating, when you're observing others, it can also be constructivism because it's on the real job. It's on the real job, all right? It's on the, you are doing it on the real job because you're observing on the job. But if you feel that your behavior changed as a result of positive reinforcement, you observe something and then it works, and then that is a response, that is a condition, that is a reinforcement, and you do it more because of that, becomes behaviorism. Usually in behaviorism, the reinforcement comes from other people. So let's say I observe a way of coaching people, right? And I try it, and then it works. How do I know it works? Because my coach will say, hey, Ramli, thank you for doing it. It's very good. I really enjoy. So that's a reinforcement from others. Then it becomes behaviorism, right? But it's also a constructivism because you're trying new things, and you know what, from constructivism, you enjoy and you see that this works. You construct new knowledge. Oh, by listening well to others, I find that my coaching works. So that's constructivism. I'm now, before I don't know that listening is important. Now I know learning is important. So that becomes constructivism. So sometimes it's hard for us to divorce each other. Sometimes they are related. So again, it's context. And what context are you looking from? At which context are you looking at? If you look at certain context, it becomes behaviorism. If you're looking from another context, it becomes constructivism. Yeah. So as I said, everything in this world is contextual.
Just to give you an example, Ramli.
Yes, please.
We we secured a project in Abu Dhabi.
Yep.
Petrochemical company.
Right.
And we were trying to identify or a consultant to place that that particular organization. It's related to all the HR matters, you know, hiring,
right.
hiring, job description,
HR processes,
the entire HR life cycle. Yeah.
Right.
And so when we were looking for a candidate, then we looked at a candidate locally and also in India.
Right.
So we looked at there's one guy shortlisted as a consultant. He has gone through a lot of experience, and he was the last position he held was Vice President Human Resource HR.
Right.
That is considered is already called as highest one more layer to become a CHRO.
Right.
So he's already vice president in the organization. He's a good guy. His PR is very good, no?
Right.
And we placed him there. 3 months later, the client asked us to remove that consultant.
Oh, interesting. Why?
Yeah, so that's what I'm also trying to understand. Why that after 3 months having all this experience and so on, why that he was not fit into the organization.
Right.
But all I can tell you is that he had all the cognitive, conceptually very sound,
right?
high theoretical knowledge and so on. And when come to the on the ground, like what you say, the constructivism, you know, taking on the problem and trying to solve the problem and trying
he doesn't have the experience.
The context, he was not able to fit into it, you know.
I see.
He also failed to understand the feedback given by them.
Behaviorism also failed.
Yeah, he could not recognize what the feedback was given to them. He take it as everything is, you know, oh, no issue, you know.
So he doesn't,
the consequences, you know.
The reinforcements are not recognized. Interesting.
So it's a failure in that sense, you know, because he had all the knowledge, skill, I mean, the cognitivism concept.
The cognitivism,
But as you said, you know, they are not able to identify the problem and follow through the solution to it, you know.
Yeah, this is where whenever we do assessment, we do behavioral interviewing, right? You know that.
Yeah.
So we ask them to give evidences of things they have done that is linked to what you're looking for. You know. So that is basically you are trying to extract whether they have the experience, they have the learning experience. which is basically constructivism. Have they done constructivism in the required competencies?
Yeah.
You know, but you're right. Doesn't mean that they have done it. But if they don't understand the context, it's not contextual. It might work in Petronas. Let's say you take me as a consultant in Petronas and you put me in Abu Dhabi. The contexts are totally different. Some may be the same, but there are differences, definitely. You know, the client in Petronas is not the same as client in Abu Dhabi. The culture of Malaysians are not the same as the culture in Middle East.
Yes.
So everything is contextual.
Yeah, true.
You need to know the context. So as a learning and development professionals, we must be aware of context.
Yeah.
You know, this is something that is not mentioned in CIPD, but from my experience, very important. Very, very important. Context is prime. So I think Mark is the name of that person. I remember Mark is the consultant from TWP that passed away in a hotel. It was in the news, you know, he died in a hotel. I think he slept in the bathroom, blood was everywhere, you know, like we were shocked, you know, because he was supposed to come and give a session. So I remember him until now. He said, guys, context is everything. And when I went through my experiences in Petronas, it is very true. Context is everything. You cannot forget context. What works in one situation doesn't work in another situation necessarily. Contexts are important. Okay, I'm using constructivism. I'm using cognitivism. You know, in cognitivism, if I apply cognitivism, if I go on, you guys will be overloaded. Let's spend a bit of time, let's say 10 minutes, 15 minutes on Q&A. Let's have a conversation around what you learned. What is that aha moment that you have until now that you did not have before you came to this session? What would that be? Silence is golden. As a facilitator, you must be very comfortable with silence. Yes, Brenda.
The 70-20-10 model in practice, that one. Because
why do you think that's such a aha for you?
Because it's like what I said earlier, like you are like doing it, but you're not aware of it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. So when you look at the slide and you read, and then you go, oh, we are like you are in that, doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said you've been doing it, right? And you saw this and say, oh, I've been doing that. So if you ask me, which is good, you realize now as a professional, as an L&D professional, there is such a thing as 10-20-70. Because you have the aha, what would you do differently as a result?
To focus on it more, but I am looking at how I'm going to apply it to my team.
Excellent.
To extend it. Yeah, but most of the time it's because you're not aware of it, so you're just doing it, just jumble out everything.
Yes.
Because of time management, your busy stuff. Yeah.
Right.
So it needs a lot of planning, I think.
Yeah.
And be more aware of your
in which area of the job, and Brenda, do you think you want to apply the 10-20-70 concept?
Improving our productivity, I think. I mean,
okay.
How my team works.
How so?
How so? Like increasing the efficiency. Like I do know that we do have some areas that we can work on to improve.
Okay. Right.
So like always thinking like how we are to improve this so that we are more efficient doing it. It's like I'm trying to guide them, like how we can do this better, like so that our work will be much more
okay. So you're going to focus more on the 70% on the job.
Yeah.
Behaviors that helps with efficiency.
Yeah.
Right, and then they can try it out and tell you whether it works or not.
Yes,
isn't
and
it?
also
So,
yeah, mostly on also to boost their confidence. Like I think that's behaviorism. I think.
yes, yes. When
Yeah,
you give
to
them
boost
feedback and say it works, congratulations. That's behaviorism. Correct. Excellent. So it's yeah, it makes you think, doesn't it, as an L&D professional? So like I said, L&D is not about learning per se. It's about development. It's about developing people. So in your case, developing people to do more efficient work, right? Using the 10-20-70 model. Okay, 10-20-70 is not necessarily just pure learning. It's about learning and development. The development part is more important than the learning, actually. You need learning, of course, but the development is whether they can show proof that they can do it. So like people say, the proof is in the eating. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. You can learn until the cows come home, but can you do things? Can you do the job well? That is the acid test. That's a litmus test that we want to do. So yeah, thank you for that recognition of the 10-20-70. Brandon, what's the big aha for you up till now?
The big aha for me is the three theories like behaviorism, cognitism, and the constructivism. Not only I can apply like managing my staff also, because I do have a team in college. So sometimes we just need to give some compliments and some them to do certain things, to come up with ideas instead of getting direction from me. And secondly, probably because I have children also, so like giving them compliments, like you have done a good job, keep it up. Instead of negativism, is actually definitely helping them much, because for me itself, I'm actually coming from very traditional Chinese way of learning, because we are all being spoon-fed since we are young. And we rely a lot from teachers to giving us what to study, what not to study, what to memorize, and all that. So that actually gives me a very good perceptions of how we can actually try to shape the future generations. Yeah, in developing their own way of learning, self-directed learning, and things like that.
Yeah, excellent. You know, thank you for sharing that. What you said actually rings a bell with me. Just sharing with you our practice in Petronas recently, or well, not really recently, last 5 years, we are implementing a new culture. And part of that culture is giving recognition to people, which is basically behaviorism. Whenever someone does good in your team, you give them recognition. We even go down to the specifics of what to say in giving the recognition. So that's cognitivism. We give them a template. So they will say that I would like to give this recognition to Brendan for demonstrating the cultural belief of tell me in this manner. Then I tell what happens. Yeah, Brendan was very vocal, and he always gives his. And the last time in a meeting, he gave he actually gave feedback on how we can do things better. So then the template ends with as by doing this, Brandon is contributing to the following KPIs of our department ABC. That's cognitivism there for you, because it's about processing information. How do you structure information or not? That's cognitivism. But the act of giving feedback, giving recognition is behaviorism, because you are reinforcing behaviors that you want happening, and you want to model it. You want to model it, demonstrate it to others other than Brendan, so that they know, oh, this is the behavior that I need to display. So that's behaviorism for you, right? So that's a classic example in Petronas, how we, without even us knowing it, we're applying behaviorism and cognitivism in making sure, in propagating the culture that we want. Right? So like you're right, Brendan. We are in Asian society, and it's very difficult for us to give recognition. I don't know why. Even you'll be surprised in Petronas. the managers hardly give recognition for a job well done. Tapi when there's a job not well done, they will be quick to point out who did not do well. You know, so that's behaviorism also, but it's negative reinforcement. It's not going to help in the display of the behaviors that we want. It looks simple, but it's not easy to do. Giving recognition is so hard, so tough. That's why, personally, in my team, you can ask AJ. I will give recognition without a blink of an eye. I will say, AJ, well done, good job. And I do that in our WhatsApp group so that everyone says, oh, AJ does well this way. Okay, I want to do the same. You know, so that's behaviorism for you. Okay. Anybody? We've got 5 minutes to 1. Maybe anybody wants to say anything?
No.
For me, I think.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
I think maybe after this session, I will try to do more positive reinforcement on my students. Yeah.
Yep. You can never go. You can never do more. You can. The saying is like this: you can never overdo recognitions. You could never overdo compliments. You know, because everybody craves recognition. Even my cat, when you recognize it, you recognize them, giving them the pat on the back, they really appreciate it. Even animals appreciate recognition. What more? Human beings. That's what they need most. So giving recognition is like planting, you know, watering plants. They need water. We need all of it. We need a lot of it without us realizing it. Yeah, so behaviorism in that sense really is good. Okay, so I think close to 1, we'll go for lunch break. And we can agree to meet back at what time?
Brenda, normally will come back at 2 or?
Yep, we can come back at 2.
Brenda, what time normally will come back?
I have a choice to come back at what time?
What is the normal, what is the usual practice? As 2? Is it 2?
Yeah,
2.
Okay. Okay. So thank you for listening to me rambling, but I thank you. You guys are very participative. And do you realize that when you talk, it makes you internalize the thing that that I'm trying to forward you, trying to teach you or trying to facilitate. So always, and you guys have been very participative. Thank you for that. Let's hope that we do more of this in the afternoon.
Maybe after lunch, Ramli will give us some stimulus. I heard you saying $1
I can give you $1, but that $1 will come from Subra.
I see. Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Thank you. See you at 2.
Thank you. I'll see you all later.
Yep.
Sorry, do we have the notes ready at the end of the session?
Do we have to what?
The notes are ready by the end.
Yes. The slides I've given to Priya already. So Priya will send you the slides, the PDF format.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
How is it, Ramli, so far?
Okay. I'm on my part. I'm okay.
I think it's good. Slow and steady.
Yeah, so let's not rush into things. Because, you know, if I use cognitivism, I cannot, because they are new to this subject.
I think it's just nice. Just
nice, because I need to stop at certain points, ask them to process. You know.
Yeah, the video clip also is good.
Yeah, that's right. Because I can never replace the video. You know, the video really explains it well. But what's important is the discussion after that.
Yeah.
So that they absorb it. It's something new for them. I understand. It's new.
Yes.
So I don't rush to think. In the afternoon, it's going to get more complicated. So I'm going to do it in chunks. You know.
Sure.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good. Maybe after today, maybe we can talk about assignments.
Yeah. Sure.
And also, I need to talk to you also. Let's talk a bit about the classes on 7 and 8.
7 and 8, I think she gave you the new date, is it?
Is it?
Now
Okay, good. When is it? I hope it's later.
I think she will communicate to you this. Yeah.
Huh?
4th and 5th. The continuation of today's class will be 4th and 5th.
No, the other one.
The Brunei one.
For the other one, it will be on a later date. I will share to you in Chiramli.
Yeah, please lah, because
Yeah, it's not because they asked for instead of stretch, they asked for 2 days in a week.
2 days
Yeah.
in a week. So confirm
Each
7
module 2 days. Yeah.
Yeah, so confirm 7 and 8 is not going to happen.
No.
So I'm going to accept another assignment from Petronas. They called me this morning.
Yeah,
They want me to facilitate a workshop in Terte, Terengganu.
Yeah, I think 7 and 8 not happening.
Okay,
Yeah.
I guess I can accept the assignment on 6 then. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Bye. Yeah, Ramli. So what you had for lunch, Ramli?
Oh, didn't have much, just fruits. That's all.
Very healthy lunch, man.
Yeah, because otherwise, if I have carbohydrate, I'll be drowsy in the afternoon.
Okay.
If I don't have classes, I'll have proper meals.
So you are still doing cycling this week?
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow can cycle. Today cannot. Normally weekends I would do cycling.
Oh, okay. Saturday, Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday because some of my cycling group, well, not some, most of my cycling groups are working people. So only weekends they can cycle.
So Ling is in your group,
Who?
Ling.
Ling for cycling? No. I think Ling has somehow slowed down his cycling.
Oh, I used to travel overseas and all, right?
Yeah. He went to Taiwan and cycled the whole island.
Mm.
I went to Taiwan also, but I don't cycle the whole island. It's too much.
But you did cycle as well?
I cycled in Taiwan before, Chiang Mai, Tokyo. Where else?
So you all go in a group, is it?
Yeah. Go in a group.
And do you need to get seek any permission or something?
No lah.
It's open.
No, open lah. There's no permission needed. I mean, this is before COVID time lah. Right. After COVID, I have not traveled overseas yet lah.
Oh, okay. Is Brenda there already, Brenda?
Don't think so. She's not turned on her video yet. So you guys have gotten the slides, right? I asked Priya to send the slides.
I think so, yeah. It's in the email. She would have sent the email.
All right.
Yeah.
Shall we wait for Brenda or shall we continue?
Yeah, wait for Brenda. Maybe okay. Is Kumaran also will be there? Kumaran?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Kumaran is in my team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Sir.
Hi, Kumaran.
Just to share one experience, Ramli, to the team also.
Yep.
Before we start. Many years ago, we had one trainer. He's very good and very experienced, seasoned trainer. Very seasoned trainer.
Yeah.
And he is very disciplined, and time management is one of his top priority.
Okay.
He is a no nonsense person when it comes to managing time,
Yep.
So what happened was that what he did, many years ago, this happened many years ago. So when the class starts at 9, so he will allow about 5 minutes flexibility.
Okay.
Then they all will go in. Then he will lock the room.
Okay.
Anyone who comes after 9:05, they just have to stay until the coffee break. So he won't allow that, yeah, they won't go out. He will lock them in. So he will do whatever. Then after that, of course, they can go for a break. So talking about behaviorism, right? So certainly, people are afraid because this, especially when it comes to licensing program, and when it's driven by tests and exam, and then the company wants you to pass, no choice, they will come, before 9. So the attendance, of course, very punctual and 100%. Okay, so of course, before he starts the session itself, he will set the ground rule, get the contract arrangement with the participant and so on. That's how he will establish. So 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or whatever, whoever you agree, we will follow that.
Yeah.
Then, of course, as I said, because it's more of a, what you call, if you come late, you have to stay out. So they all will come. So it is, as you say, whether it's a punishment or whether it is a reinforcement or whatever, they will come. So there was one incident where this one particular participant was a bit late. Yeah, was a bit late. And she was only allowed to come in after the coffee break. Yeah, so of course he asked her, so what happened? Because the attendance was good. Only on that particular day, she was a bit late.
Right, right.
So she told him that she had a morning sickness.
Okay.
So of course, when you have morning sickness, morning you will feel dizzy, you cannot come on time, and so on. So she felt very bad that incident, and she quit the program. She quit the program.
Oh, serious?
Yeah, because she felt very embarrassed, and also, when you set a certain ground rules, you don't apply blanketly to everybody. No, the point I want to tell you, the context, I mean, in a normal situation, yes, people come late and so on. Don't come and give me an excuse, traffic jam and all those kind of things, because if you start late, you're punishing those who are already coming in on time,
Yeah.
Isn't it? So that's how it is and so on. So anyway, she quit that program because she feel very embarrassed and so on. So subsequently, he also learned from that incident. So he always will go back to them and see what is the appropriate time to allow to start. Because sometimes when you miss, you can't catch up. Like let's say if somebody missed out your session this morning, they're only coming in the afternoon. If they don't have the foundation on this area, it's very difficult to connect.
Yeah.
So those are some of the.
Yeah.
Just want to show you, to share with you the context and the behaviorism.
Yeah. Personally, I treat everyone as adults,
Yeah.
And ground rules are ground rules, but if you follow strictly the ground rules, it backfires somehow. It has to be, the trust must be there sometimes people come in late, probably they have their own problems, you don't know, right? So the contexts are different for different people. Again, it's context, it's individual context, group context, company context, are all different. You really have to see each case by its own merit.
Yeah. So if you study the theory of ego, Ramli, theory of ego, it is the emotion takes place precedence compared to the rational thinking. Like when you drive, somebody cut your car, you get very emotionally upset. Only later you'll realize maybe the guy is in emergency or something. That's a rational thinking. You see?
Yeah.
So
you give the benefit of the doubt to the person. You don't know their context. Sometimes you see people driving recklessly. You don't know whether they could have been they could be experiencing a heart attack. You never know, right?
Yeah, true. But human behavior, immediate response is that what crazy this guy.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you for sharing, Subra.
Sure.
It's a good energizer for this afternoon. It's very difficult to do energizers virtually, very difficult. So I normally replace the virtual energizers with actually people talking. When you talk, your blood is running, and you get excited, you're emotionally uplifted, so you don't sleep, like you need to talk. Yeah. All right, let's go into it now. Share screen. Okay. So we've talked earlier in the morning. I'm applying cognitivism today. I'm applying it. So basically, let's run through what we did this morning quickly. I shared the objectives for the whole module. Then I shared the objectives for today, and then I showed you the 10-20-70 development model, learning and development model. It's not just necessarily learning model. So it's learning and development model. And then I'm glad that becomes an aha for some of you, if not all. And then we look at the learning. Then we go into learning theories in more detail, and we look at the forest. The forest means that all these learning theories are bucketed into three. One of the three, which is basically behaviorism, cognitivism, and constructivism. So behaviorism are a bucket of theories that looked at behavior change by reinforcement, through imitation, through observing, And then we looked at cognitivism. Cognitivism is how do you structure your learning, present your learning, using the leveraging on how the brain of the learner processes information, collect information, store information, and also then recall the information, right? Just like a computer, it's because your learners' brains are like computers, all right? And then finally, we look at the more work, real life learning, which is constructivism, where learners actually construct new knowledge, new schemas in the brain, new experiences. And that is called constructivism because they learn from experience. It's experiential learning. So constructivism is learning from experience. Okay, right. So having said all this, let's move on. Now we're going to go into detailed theories. So you'll be bombarded with a lot of theories. Never mind. We'll go slow. And then we'll try and process. I have to use cognitivism here. We have to take step by step. After each theory, we talk about it a while. So that, because you need to process. So that number one, you understand the information, then you can then save the information. You can, once you understand, you know where to park it in your brain, in your mind, and then after that you can recall it. It has to make sense, otherwise you cannot remember or you don't even understand. All right, so let's move. All right, so I'm going to go into the two big self-directed and social learning theories. All right, so self-directed has got their own series of, or a couple of theories developed by different people. So these are names of people. It's not the name of a process. And these psychologists, most if not all are psychologists. So these psychologists, they actually develop theories based on certain context. Like I said, context is important. Context is everything. Yeah. Sorry, this chair is making noises again. So there are 4 theories I want to touch on this afternoon for self-directed. If you remember what self-directed learning is, anyone can repeat self-directed learning? What is it? What is self-directed learning? Yeah.
Learning, like moving at your own pace, where you evaluate, you reflect.
Yeah. Learning, very good. Self-directed learning is where learner takes accountable of what they learn. They take charge of what they learn. They diagnose their needs, the learning needs, what they need to learn. Then they, after they diagnose, they will then plan for their learning in terms of what resources they need to learn, what is a strategy, learning strategy they want to apply. Then after that, they evaluate their learning, whether it's effective or not. So basically they're doing double loop learning. Double loop learning means you do something, you learn from it, reflect, and then you improve. So that's double loop learning. All right. So the first one that I want to talk about is the Knowles learning theory. Okay. Knowles actually comes up with the concept of andragogy. Andragogy or andragogy? I think it's andragogy. Anyone have heard of andragogy?
Yes, but what it is.
Sorry?
Yes, but I forgot what it is actually.
Okay. Then I ask you, have you heard of pedagogy?
Yes. Together.
Yes. What is pedagogy?
I forgot actually. I forgot.
Okay, at least you've heard of pedagogy. Anyone else have heard of pedagogy? Subra, have you heard of pedagogy?
Pedagogy is something to do with
Yes,
learning, teaching and
Ramli, one
learning.
is the young, then the other one is adult. Yeah.
Pedagogy does not, although people applied it a lot to children, how children learn, is when you do pedagogy, you're teaching young kids, younger people, right? Actually, when you say pedagogy, yeah, pada is Greek, I think, for children. Pedagogy is basically teacher-centric. Okay? Teacher-centric. So you can be an adult, but if you, to me, if the teacher or the instructor or the facilitator is applying pedagogy, it means that whatever learning is happening is dependent on the teacher. The teacher instruct, the teacher, do things, decide what is to be learned. So treat the learner like a clean slate, whereas andragogy is adult learning. And you know that self-directed learning is basically preferred by adults. Most adults, actually, they prefer to learn at their own terms, their own pace, select what they want to learn. So that's andragogy. There's another one which we'll look at later called heutagogy. Okay. All right, let's look at andragogy. Let's watch this YouTube and we'll have a small discussion after the video.
When Malcolm Knowles first proposed andragogy, it had 4 principles about the way adults learn. However, over time and with further research, 2 additional andragogical principles were added. It's important to note that these are generalizations and don't necessarily apply to individual people. The learners need to know. The core principle is that adults need to know why before they engage in learning. It is believed to be more effective if adult learners have shared control of the learning process. There are 3 dimensions to this need to know. First, how the learning will be conducted. Second, what learning will occur. And third, why the learning is important. Self-directed learning. Adults can and do engage in self-directed learning. Adults assume ownership of their own learning. This can mean choosing a formal class or independent study. It does not mean that all adults like to self-teach. Rather, the idea here is that adults make the choice of how they approach the need to learn something new. Prior experience of the learner. Adults bring a plethora of unique experiences to the classroom. Adults' prior experience impacts learning because their previous knowledge is built upon. However, adults' prior experience can also cause biases that can create a natural tendency to resist new learning. Readiness to learn. Adults generally become ready to learn when something in their life causes them to need to learn something. For example, a new job or career change. Further, adults may have many life impediments to learning, such as family and career, which can negatively affect an adult's readiness to learn. Orientation to learning and problem solving. Adults generally prefer a problem-solving orientation to learning rather than a subject orientation to learning. Further, adults learn best when the skill or knowledge is placed into a real-world context. Motivation to learn. Adults tend to be more motivated to learn by things that help them solve real-world problems or help to improve their lives in some way. They tend to be more intrinsically motivated, wanting to be successful learners and wanting to enjoy the learning process.
Okay. So you've listened to this video, right? You've watched this video. I want you to replace andragogy with adult learning in your mind. Yeah, in your mind. Sometimes the word andragogy is jargon, and then you don't remember what it is. You've heard of it, but you forgot. So andragogy is actually adult learning, right? What are the principles that you need to apply when you deal with adults? All right. This is not to say that some children are not like this. A more mature children, probably they want this adult learning. Yeah. So I wouldn't go for age or trying to classify children versus adults. When I say adult, it's mature people. Yeah. Mature in thinking. So some children, especially nowadays, from the well-to-do families, their approach is more adult. You don't know, right? So you can't say just because he's a child, you need to go to pedagogy. Pedagogy is basically the teacher tells everything, and the learner just accepts like a clean slate. So basically, running through andragogy or adult learning, you see, adults by nature, they come into the learning. They need to know, why do I need to learn this? I think this is most important. That's why when I design learning, when I start my courses, I explain why they need to learn this, right? I begin with, sometimes instead of saying why you need to learn this, another way of saying why you need to learn this is by saying the benefits. If you learn this, this is what you'll be able to do, which is sometimes masked by the objectives. But sometimes the objectives is too jargony. So basically, I tell them, in Petronas, for instance, I tell them, if you learn this coaching technique, sorry, I use a lot of coaching examples. If you learn this coaching technique, you will be a better leader. Now, isn't that great? You know, you become a better leader. Or if you learn this particular skill, you'll become valuable to the company, all right? You'll be able to get promotions better. So the why is important. Adults, they want to know, why do I learn this? And they must understand that. If if you use cognitivism, you begin with this. So they process information in cognitivism. The importance, why is it important for me to learn this, actually makes it easier for them to accept new learning. It's getting them ready to learn, right? And then you can tell what. I would start with why, like Simon Sinek says, always start with why, because purpose is the most important thing. It's not so much what or how, to me, if you ask me from my experience, it's the why. Why do you need to do this? Why do you need to learn this? You have to answer that question. And that's, to me, is, I would say, it's cognitivism, because the brain will process. You see, the brain is a lazy brain. You know that, right? The brain cannot store so many information. So the brain is very selective. And the brain will store those information that the brain understands or think that it is important to store it. So that's why or the purpose is important. That's why Petronas, for instance, we don't use vision and mission anymore. We don't. We actually replace vision and mission in Petronas with a purpose. We only have one statement, purpose. We used to have a vision statement of Petronas. If I remember well, it's something to do with to be the top oil and gas provider or something like that. And then we have mission, panjang, very long. So we find that no point. Nowadays, people don't talk vision, mission, people talk purpose, which is the why. Why do we exist? Or in French, they call you raison d'être. Why do you exist? For what? So that is a why, answering the why. So for adults, that makes sense. So in a way, when Petronas threw away the vision, mission and come up with a purpose, it's actually a principle of andragogy, of adult learners. Because, it is a purpose statement of the organization. It creates impetus for learning, right? And then, of course, adults, they want to be self-directed, all right? They want to be self-directed. So they prefer self-directed learning, and we talk about self-directed learning, right? And another principle of adult learning is that they come to the they come to the classes and so forth. They are not empty-headed. They come with a lot of experience, right? And that's why I treat you like that too, because you are adults and you have lots of experiences. Therefore, when I had conversation with you, I always ask, what's your experience? What's your context? Because you're not a clean slate. You already have something. So I treat you as such. Readiness to learn. Readiness to learn means that not all adults are ready to learn what you're going to teach them or what you're going to facilitate them. They have varying readiness to learn, depending on what their situation is, depending on their context. Some people, they are ready to learn because they know this is what's needed for them, right? And they are ready to learn. Like the video said, some people, their minds are elsewhere, they've got problems at work. So when they come to the learning, they may not be ready because they are thinking about work problems, for instance, or stress. Okay, and adults, they love problem solving. You know, if the learning solves their problem, they will be more ready to learn, and they love to solve problems, and adults prefer that. You know, and finally, motivation for learning. You know, like children, you just teach them and they will accept it. But for adults, they need more of intrinsic motivation. You know, it goes back to that, why do I learn this? You know, so the motivation is more intrinsic than extrinsic. Children, for instance, is more extrinsic. You know, they come here, you know, and they're motivated by the teacher. Oh, the teacher is so friendly. Oh, I like the teacher. Remember, children always say that I like it. So they are motivated by things external to themselves. But adults, they tend to be they should be, and they're looking for intrinsic motivation to learn. And that intrinsic motivation will come from the need to do a certain job, a certain task. So they come to the learning, they are intrinsically motivated because they know they have to perform, you know. So that's basically the principles of adult learning, or adult learners, or andragogy. Any thoughts? I think I've spoken enough. Any thoughts? Sorry. Any thoughts? Any thoughts?
Yes, indeed. During a lecture, before we start the module itself, we always introduce the objective of the lesson.
Right.
And then after that, we'll tell them that, okay, next time when you start working, these are the things that you are able to apply. Then they will start looking at you, and then they will stay focused throughout. Otherwise, they won't know why they are learning all this. Is it redundant, or is it too much for them to learn? So as a lecturers, I would say that it is very important to relate to the things that they are going to learn and the things that they are going to apply in the future.
Very good, Brendan. Have you tried beyond just telling them what the objectives are, but go into specific benefits? If you learn this, this is what you'll be able to do. Or if you learn this, this is what you're going to get. You're going to add value to yourselves. You'll be able to do this, you'll be able to do that. Have you done something like that?
I would say I'll tell them that it's very beneficial next time if they were to do the attachments. Okay, and then I'll just tell them that these are the things that the preceptor are looking at, what you are capable of doing all this. So please pay attention. So, and then they will start writing down the notes or whatever it is like when I start lecturing.
Oh, good. So I assume that you are treating your learners in the college as adults rather than pedagogy lah.
I would say both. Because during the earlier semesters, they are more like SPM leavers. They are they'll be more like expecting you to tell them what are the things that they want to learn actually. But as the semesters move forward, they will have more questions to ask. They will have be able to develop some form of independent sort of disciplines of learning, self-learning. I won't say all, but at least there are some, a few who can do that.
Okay, very good. My next question to the group, thank you, Brendan. My next question to the group is, if adults prefer learning or they are orientated towards problem solving, how do you interject this in your learning and teaching? How do you interject that problem solving element?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, we know that adult learners, they are more oriented towards problem solving, right? Right? They love solving problems. Right? That's why people love games. That's why people love these, all these puzzles and all that kind, because they love problem solving. The orientation towards problem solving is quite, quite compulsive. So if knowing that, how do you, using cognitivism, how do you ensure that problem solving happens in the way you conduct your learning?
And we say by giving them a group work.
Yep, group work. Yeah, that's good. But the group work is to do what?
Through what?
Normally you give them a group work. Okay, now in groups, I want you to do this. What? For example, in the past, what have you done?
I can't recall what I've done because it was a long time ago.
Okay, I think in the morning, Noor mentioned something. I think it was Noor mentioned something that you do in your classrooms. You know why I ask these questions? Because when you do your assignments in CIPD, they will ask questions like this that really, in these terms means that you have to think, higher order thinking. They will ask questions like this. How can you interject, knowing that these are adult learners? How do you interject? And they love, their orientation towards problem solving is high. They love to solve problems. So in the way you conduct and curate your learning, yes, you're right, Brenda, is, you normally give them put in groups to do what? What? To do what?
To do discussion?
Yes, discussion, of course. That's why they don't stay silent in the group, right? You're right.
Okay.
But to do what?
Project, simulation, case studies.
Yes, correct. Now, do simulation, do case studies, right? What are all those? If you do a case study, you give a case. Is it just reading the case? No, right?
No, because they have to find the solution.
Yes, correct. So isn't that problem solving?
Yes.
Yes. So that's one way of interjecting or putting problem solving orientation, put elements of problem solving in the learning. So adult loves that. They love challenges. So it's not just listening to you. They love to give given an assignment in the form of case studies, or you ask them to role model certain processes in the class. So that's all these are problem solving, and they love it. And that's what I do when I was in Petronas. Yeah, I always design it in such a way there's elements of problem solving. So normally I put in case studies. Is the easiest way of problem solving. I've taught them a concept, and then I give them a case study. This is what happens in an organization. Now in groups, I want you to discuss and come up with a proposal how this situation can be resolved. What would you do? And they love that. They really love that. And that is related to the motivation. They become very motivated because, and the case has to be as real life as possible. All right, something that they will face when they go back to the workplace. And that's where the transfer of learning happens. They learn something in the classroom and they can transfer it to a real life problem, and you simulate it in the classroom. So that's how you handle adults. Yeah. Make sense? Actually, you are doing this already. It's just like previous in the morning, like what we discussed in the morning. You have been doing it also, but now that you are clearer of this, perhaps you need to include more of these elements, into the design of the learning.
Just to add, Ramli, over here, I think they also use these Bloom's taxonomy.
Yeah.
As you know that, in MQA, they are very much follow those Bloom's taxonomy.
That's right.
Of course, it has gone to 6 level. Before that, it was 5 level. Now it's almost 6 level.
Right.
So if you ask Noor and Brandon and Brenda also to some extent, whenever they prepare their lessons and so on, then the assessment and exam quiz are based on the levels, So to give the exposure, the case study, assignment, exercises, draw those kind of elements.
So those are, thank you, Subra. Those are elements of in Bloom's taxonomy. We have the higher levels of analysis, synthesis, create, evaluate, whatever it is, the higher levels. So yeah, those are the levels that we want to achieve. Very good. So you are applying that. And when we talk about self-directed learning, I talked about this already. It begins with when people, because adult learners, they tend to want to self-directed their learning. If you really do self-directed learning, you have to diagnose they have to diagnose their learning needs either by themselves or with the help of others, and then they formulate what their learning goals are, then they identify the learning resources, and then they select their learning strategies, and finally they evaluate the learning outcomes, whether it has been effective or not. And by doing this, they are doing the double loop learning. So once they reflect whether it's effective or not, then they can further close their gaps, so that those gaps that are not yet closed can be addressed better in that sense. Yeah. So this is a full learning, self-direct learning cycle, if you like. Yeah. And I think I've talked about this earlier in the morning, right? Any thoughts on this? Why is my taskbar appearing? How do I remove this?
I think the direction should be self-directed learning moving forward, Ramdi, because right now is very much guided learning rather than self-directed learning. And I'm not saying which one is right or wrong, but I think self-directed learning is like what you mentioned, that I realize what is my needs. I set my goal, and then I identify how do I want to learn, whether it's I attend the classes or by coaching or by observing others.
Yeah.
I choose and then I evaluate the impact.
Yeah. Just to share with you, Petronas has gone into this self-directed learning. Petronas, not necessarily the employees are up to it. We have actually created a virtual platform that users supposed to use. It's just launched like last month or so, or early this month, and it's a virtual platform that uses AI to identify the individual employees' learning needs, and then the learner is supposed to then select what goals they want to achieve. Okay, here formulate their own learning goals, all done virtually. Yeah? And then after that, they will identify what resources they'll be able to have. And in that virtual platform, there's lots of videos, a lot of content, even people in Petronas that are more experienced in those areas available. So, so it's all platform based. And then they will then expected to complete their goals by using all these resources, be it videos, be it people they can contact, and so on and so forth, and then they are supposed to evaluate. So in a way, but you're right, it doesn't happen so fast because people are not used to it yet, or people are not that open yet to self-directed learning in this sense, which is pure self-directed. But I think to begin with, people need scaffolding.
Yeah.
When I say scaffolding, is that they can do all this, but they need a guide by the side. You know what I mean? It's probably their managers or their coach, to help them through this. As learning professionals, as learning and development professionals, we can become their guide on the side. For them to reach out if they have questions, if they say they probably don't know, how do I identify my learning needs? Okay, then they probably need someone to have a conversation with, because not every employee is well versed in learning and development, right? So they need coaches like, ourselves, like learning and development professionals. You can see I've got this bar suddenly appearing. How do I remove this?
You can pull, right?
It comes. It wasn't there when in the morning, and suddenly today it goes down here. It appears. Why? Because it's really disturbing. Never mind. Let me try this. All right. Maybe I go back. You see, it's there, right? So well, let me try this way.
What happens if you click more on that button?
Yeah. Let me try. Let me hide first, right? More. Is there? And it's not that one. Hide. Okay, thank you. So that's social learning in action. I'm learning from Brenda. That's social learning. All right. So let's move on. Okay. Still self-directed learning. So we heard about pedagogy. Pedagogy is how children learn, right? Very teacher-oriented, very facilitator-oriented. I'm a clean slate. I don't know anything. You just teach me anything, I will learn, all right? But when you go to andragogy, people are more mature. They want to know, why do I want to learn this? Why should I learn this? They are very orientated towards problem solving. I will find it interesting and useful, and I will participate if I know I can solve real life problems, right? But if you go further up the scale, there is such thing as heutagogy, right? And this is by Hayes and Kenyon. I don't know whether it wasn't heutagogy, something new, well, new to me anyway, because when I was doing a master's, there's no such thing as heutagogy. There was andragogy, but there's no heutagogy. So heutagogy is even further down the line. All right. Anyone has heard of heutagogy before?
No, Ramli.
Yeah. So this is something new for us. Heutagogy is the next level after andragogy. It's developed by Stuart Hayes and Chris Kenyon. It's still in the realm of self-directed learning. So let's see what it means. And as I mentioned, you can see that it's all in a continuum, right? Pedagogy is right at the left, where you are very instructor dependent, less maturity in terms of learner, and most children are like that. Most kids are like that. But having said that, some adults are also less mature, in terms of, when I say maturity, it's not age related, right? In terms of learner maturity, some adults can be pedagogy. They need pedagogy, instructor dependent, especially if they know nothing about the subject. Then they become very instructor dependent, right? When you come to this classroom, do you see yourself as having pedagogy? No, right? Because you already come in with an understanding of learning development, because you guys are already in the industry, right? So for you, it's more of andragogy. Why do I need to learn this? Oh, I need to learn this because I told you this morning. If you get this certification, it's very valuable for you. You can call yourself as a learning and development professional, because not everybody will get CIPD level 5. It's a privilege, right? It's a privilege. And once you have it, and CIPD is very laku, it's very, and I think Subra can attest, in the Middle East, recognized. Yes. CIPD is very recognized, especially in the Middle East. Betul tak, Subra? Am I right? Now CIPD, they know. You say you are CIPD certified. Oh, it carries a certain value. So that's the reason why you need to have CIPD level 5.
In the job advertisement, they do mention about
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So your maturity and instructor dependency is not as great as pedagogy. So when you go to heutagogy, it's even less independent. All right, you are even more maturity in your learning curve. Right. So let's see what heutagogy is. So heutagogy is somewhat like andragogy. You know, it's focused on what learner wants to learn and how they might learn it. Right. It's got 7 elements of, you know, there's a stage where you get approval in the sense that, you know, because whether you want to self-directed learning through heutagogy, you still need to get approval from the organization. And there's element of facilitators. They might still be facilitators, because the facilitators might not be 100% all the time with you. They are available for you to reach out. And then there's a choice. You can actually choose what you want to learn, right? And then there's an agreement. Let's agree. These are the things that I agree to learn this. You know, I want to learn this. This is my choice. So can the company agree with me or not? Yes, the company can agree. And then you learn, and then you review whether your learning has been useful, and you do assessment, and you get feedback. Okay, from the facilitator or from anybody else, or even what you learned. So the benefits to heutagogy is empowerment. You know, the employees feel empowered. I can learn what I want. I determine the route or the route of learning, and it contributes to capabilities, and it tends to be open-ended, right? However, the challenges in companies, especially in companies, is facilitation. Are there enough facilitators around? You know, because instead of having 20 people in the classroom all learning the same thing, one facilitator can address. But when you have one individual, instead of 20, you have one. So you probably need more facilitators to be available. What about the time? Time can be a factor, right? Can be a challenge, because it probably takes a longer time. Because it's not just classroom learning. It could be they need to go out and do certain things, you know, they do research and that kind of thing. So it takes time. And then culture, is the culture there? Is the culture there for people to practice heutagogy? Maybe not yet, like Subra said. And then how about assessment? How are you going to assess Brandon doing heutagogy, you know, developing his own self? And then we have Brenda doing. You know, if you're in the classroom, it's easy to assess. You use the same ruler, right? You do a survey. You ask them, but people are doing different things. How do you assess? You know, so these are the questions that that when you talk about heutagogy. Heutagogy is self-directed learning. Okay, it's the learner decides what they want to learn, the path that they will take, the resources that they will use. Right, and finally also the assessment. How they're going to assess, how they're going to reflect, what's the feedback. You know, it's similar to what I talked about. So it's quite similar to andragogy. I think the basic difference between andragogy and heutagogy, when you talk about andragogy, it's basically still a classroom based. It's like, how do I treat you, right? If I treat you as adult learners, that's andragogy. But heutagogy means it may not be in the classroom at all. You know, there's no classroom to talk about. Like every individual learner, they decide what they want to learn. They come to me as a facilitator. Ramli, let's say Brendan. Ramli, I want to learn A, B, C. And this is what I will do. And now I want to get your feedback. Is that okay? What else do I need? Then after that, off Brandon goes and do his stuff. That's the difference between heutagogy and andragogy. Andragogy is still classroom based. I treat you as an adult. I know your full experiences. You already have experiences. So I leverage on that. And I do that a lot in Petronas, you know. In a classroom, you know, instead of me telling them everything, I will actually ask from them, what were your experiences? What have you done in this area? And normally these areas are not new to them. So it's basically that kind of thing that reflects what andragogy is. Heutagogy is different, it's totally different. I don't think even Petronas has done it, heutagogy. But something like that is already in the cooking, like I mentioned, where virtual platform people decide what their learning gaps are, what they need to do, but it's still very early stages. So heutagogy is, but we probably apply heutagogy in our own lives rather than in organizations. My example, when I first embarked on cycling, right? So a newbie, I'm not into cycling so much, but I'm interested in cycling. So I decided that, hey, I'm interested in cycling, because it contributes to my health. I have a social group. It's good for my mental well-being and so on and so forth. So although I don't put it on writing, but I have in my mind, these are the things I need to know. I need to know about road bikes. I need to know, how do I select road bikes? What road bikes are good? What road bikes are not good? What road bikes are available in the market, right? And then I also need to know the techniques of riding, right? How do you ride a bike? How do you change gears and so on and so forth? So, and then because I'm so interested in it, I took my own initiative. I read books. I ask people who are more experienced in my group, right? That's heutagogy. And then after I join them, I might not be as fast. In a group, some people are so fast, I'm slower. Then I reflect, why am I so slow? Why am I not as fast as them? Okay, maybe I'm double their age. So then, why? But I have seen people who are my age that can ride as fast as half their age. So it becomes a rallying call for me. I want to be there. So then I reflect all the time and I act on it. So to me, that's heutagogy. It's easier to apply heutagogy in your personal lives than in an organization. I don't see it happening in organizations yet, although we say that it's important, according to Hayes and Kenyon, but it's not that easy. Now, you guys, have you applied heutagogy in the manner that I described for me cycling in your own personal lives? Brandon, how about you?
Heutagogy, for myself, is it? My own experience? Is it?
Normally it's related to personal hobbies, because there's a drive for you to learn. For my case, it's cycling.
For my case, it's badminton, because I didn't have any proper training when I was young.
Right.
And I was always jealous of those players who can actually do some trick shots. So therefore, I took my own time to develop these skills through watching YouTubes and playing in my leisure time. Yeah.
And I'm sure when you were learning the techniques of smashing, whatever it is, there's a goal that you set for yourself, right?
Goal as in, yes, so that in order for me to play better and in order to impress my opponents, I suppose.
Right. That's right. And you said you observe how people do it, and so that is actually the strategy that you use, social learning, right? And did you revise back whether you've done it well or not, why not, that kind of thing? You probably did, right?
Yes.
So it's a continuous loop, it's you learn and improve because we as adult learners, we take charge of our learning because that's our hobby. We want to achieve. Although in the workplace, it's slightly different. It's harder, I think. Yeah.
Ramli, just to share with you.
Right.
My study from USM is economic and management, no?
Right.
So obviously, when you study economic, you will be thinking those days, you will end up in financial sectors.
Right.
Or some kind of business, So my mindset was, go into the bank, you just work in the bank and so on, right?
Right.
But 1985 was not that easy to get a job, 85, 86. It was inflation,
Right,
So
right,
any job that comes to you, and then you just started to learn.
right.
And what happened was that I was offered a job to be part of a foundation under the UNICEF. UNICEF was dealing with more of the children, no?
Right.
And especially they go into the underprivileged children. And of course, when you are from, you study microeconomy, macroeconomy, suddenly you come and do a child's and underprivileged, you have to go to the, Chinese village and, and the Felkra and the estate, and to
Yes.
study how so it's a different, no, you never studied or learned and all those kind of things, So, so what I did was I did my own research, I did my own study and watched a lot of videos and articles. That's how I developed more. I mean, at least when you go and talk, because we used to travel to India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, when you are there, you need to speak, and you are being appointed by UNICEF, you must have certain credibility, cannot be just talking, without any effects, isn't it? So I did a lot of this one and also talk to people and listen to the people and so on.
Right.
And I acquire that knowledge and skill in that area.
Right, right.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
don't know if
self-driven,
that's
right?
ethology or not. Yeah.
Yeah. It is pedagogy. Whenever you self-drive your own learning, that's pedagogy. So andragogy, as I mentioned, is in the classroom. It's an approach that you treat your learners andragogy. But pedagogy, there are no specific trainers. You are the trainer, you develop yourself. But of course, there's always, you can reach out to some facilitator or teacher, whatever you like, or a mentor, for instance. But it's driven by yourself. You are the teacher. It's a one-person thing. Andragogy is different. It's about learners, but still within the context of learning with a teacher, learning with a facilitator, right? It's how facilitator treats adults in a learning situation.
So it's a lifelong learning, Ramli, yeah?
It is.
Learning
Yes.
as by the maturity, right?
Yes, exactly. Excellent, Supra. Pedagogy is about lifelong learning. Yep. Self-directed, lifelong learning doesn't stop when you stop going to colleges, and therefore it goes beyond work. Tends to go beyond work. It's personal interest. When you become personal interest, it's easy for you to be in charge of yourselves. But when you are in a company, when I'm in Petronas, for instance, I'm interested to learn something which is not specified in my role, for instance, right? Or even if it's within my role, sometimes I don't have the time. My boss will say, Ramli, what are you doing? I need you to do this. And you go on and learn things on your own. You're not delivering. So all those things creep in. Whereas if it's personal interest, like cycling, I can do it on my own. Nobody's going to ask me why do I go to the bicycle shops and really talk to the sellers about bicycles, and that kind of thing. So it's easier that way. So as of now, I would say pedagogy or lifelong learning tends to be, personal related, and because you're driven by it. So therefore, pedagogy is something has to drive you. It's very intrinsic. The motivation is very intrinsic. Although you like Brandon say, you want to impress. And same thing for me. When I'm in a group cycling, I want to impress others. I don't want to be seen as a laggard. I want to be seen as a pacer. Now, a pacer is someone that is at the front while we are riding in a group, right? And that's a strong intrinsic motivation for me, similar like Brandon. Right? So pedagogy is a way of me getting there. All right? Okay, that's knowns, and then that's andragogy, and then we talk about his and Kenyon, the next level of pedagogy. Okay, all that is done. So we're going to go to the next theory in self-directed learning. It's all about self-directed learning, which is growth. Similar, I think this is nothing new. It's about, and I think I talked about this. Grow is a person. He came up with a staged self-directed learning theory. He says that, even self-directed learning or learners have got 4 stages. And it's corresponding to these 4 stages corresponds to how they are taught, right? How they are facilitated. So the style of the teaching needs to be matched to the learner's learning stage at first. And it is not just at first, but it could be at every stage. So there are 4 stages of self-directed learning. Now, even self-directed learning, what's saying here is it's a continuum. Self-directed learning is a continuum. It's not a one thing. It's a continuum. You can be, from the first stage, you are dependent, but you can still be self-directed, but you're dependent. And then interested, and then involved, and finally, you are totally self-directed before you go there. Yeah. Let's look at this video. So it explains GROW, theory of staged self-directed learning.
One of the greatest questions in self-directed learning and guiding lifelong learning is how to measure progress. Of course, in order to assess progress, one needs to know what is self-directed learning, why it is important, and we'd also need to understand the different levels associated with lifelong learning. GROW in 1991 enumerated 4 specific levels. First, stage 1, the dependent learner. In this stage, our learner leans heavily on an instructor. There is no self-direction or even hint of understanding that there might be more than dependency to learning. This learner is going to assimilate specific details, memorize, and even complete identified tasks. The learner is entirely dependent upon the teacher. In the second stage, the interested learner is beginning to realize that there may be something more to learning. They may not be able to really be directed all of the time, and they can seek out opportunities as well as resources to learn. This learner may be recognized by setting their personal learning goals and even recognize the need to start looking at where they want to be rather than checking items off of a predetermined task list. This learner is starting to build some self-confidence in their abilities and their skills. The educator can best help this student by showing enthusiasm for learning and motivation. The stage 3 learner, the involved learner, is in the immediate stage of self-directed learning. They are recognizing the ability to really participate and to learn by themselves. They like to participate in group activities and learn from other people. This type of learner is making some learning goals and creating a method to achieve these goals. The teacher has moved from a role of an educator to the less involved role of a guide. In our last stage, the self-directed learner is at the pinnacle of all the levels. This learner not only sets their own learning goals, but has already determined how to assess their goals. This learner can cultivate their desires and knows how to pursue them. They are able to determine the validity and reliability of acquired information. They also create their direction for learning. In this level, the teacher is a peer or a learning consultant. In GROW's wonderful stages and in the chart, you can see all of the different levels of the student, the role that the teacher makes, and even some examples.
Okay.
One of the greatest questions in self-directed learning.
All right, let me just get out of here. Okay. So as I said, that even self-directed learning has got stages. There are various people, your learners are all not the same, right? So reflect on this. I'm going back to your context. Brendan, Brenda, Kumaran, and maybe even Subra. We tend to treat all learners the same, right? Probably because it's more efficient that way, because we don't have time to address them in terms of their self-directedness in learning. Some learners probably they are at stage 2. Some people are at stage 3. Maybe a few are at stage 4. Hopefully, not many are at stage 1. So let's reflect in your context. Go back to your context. Like I say, context is everything. How do you see the stages of learning? Self-directed learning in your context. Let's talk about it for a while. Firstly, do you understand the stages? Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, what do you think about it? What strikes you when you see this?
The stages of like how a person can be grouped in, it depends on their experience in life, I would say. Yeah, and also I would say mostly like the experience they have in their life, so that determines like what stages are they in at the moment.
Right. Thank you, Brenda. That's a good start. Yes, your learners all have different stages in terms of their experience, in terms of their motivation and all that. Yeah, and now I want to shift over to Noor. Noor, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. When you look at your, reflect back, when you look at your learners in your classroom, do you see this variation in terms of their stages of self-directed learning?
Yes.
Okay, in what way?
We can see that if the student is from lower semester, especially semester 1 student, so most of them are in stage 1. They depend on they relies on lecturers, so they have no direction. They don't know what they are doing, so they depends on the instruction from the lecturer. But as they grow older, as they grow
as they mature
up, as they mature, so they know what is the purpose of learning, so they know what they want to do with their life, so they know why they are learning. That is I can see.
When you reflect back, very good. I like that, the way you process it, because it's very contextual to yourself. So when you look at your groups of learners, be it at the low level or even the higher levels, what's the highest stage that you have seen among your learners in terms of self-directedness?
I can say maybe stage 3.
3, yeah. Involved.
Yeah,
when they are involved. 3. Yeah. You can give them assignments. You just give them a guide, and they go back and they learn by themselves, how they want to do it. More freedom, right? More freedom when they're stage 3. Stage 1, less freedom. It's more teacher-centered or facilitator-centered or lecturer-centered. And as you go higher up, they become more and more independent, because they want more freedom, or they enjoy more freedom. Yeah. Okay, very good. So that's your take of these levels of this pyramid of self-directed learning. Okay. What about Brendan? What's your reflection on this?
Yes, I agree with what Noor mentioned just now. Most of the SPM leavers or the students that we have pretty much at stage 1 or 2 during the initial stage, where I can see that as the semester progresses, they actually move on to stage 3, where they will start to question, they will start to ask a lot of very pertinent and relevant questions. And they will do their own self learning, and pretty much they actually prefer those project-based type of versus the initial stage where they just enter the college. Yes.
Right. Okay, very good, Brendan. Stage 3 is also about them taking charge of their own learning, they become less and less independent of you, Brendan, as a facilitator or a lecturer. And this is a stage when they are stage 3. You can let them off, you can let them go, and you just tell them some very broad goals, and then they decide themselves how they're going to achieve it. I'm not sure whether you do to that extent, because what you're describing me, Brendan, is more of andragogy, right, rather than heutagogy. Still it's better than pedagogy though. Yeah. So I'm not sure whether they are going to the extent, or you going to the extent of letting them decide what they want to learn, because when you talk about stage 3, it's purely beginning to be they start, maybe not all the time, they are given some freedom in terms of deciding what they want to learn when you talk about heutagogy. Yeah.
Just to add, Ramli,
yeah.
I will agree with Noor and Brenda and Brandon. When they are coming, they are probably at stage 1, then they move to stage 2. Yeah. When they are doing masters and PhD, they probably at stage 3, I would say, or maybe some extent stage 4. Yeah. And we also have our programs are clinical.
What do you mean by clinical? Yeah.
They go to the clinics and hospitals, Of course, they have a clinical instructor to guide, but most of the time they are on their own, being monitored and supervised, at the clinic and hospital, like nursing or NLP or physiotherapy, or even our MBBS students. After that, when they are in the 3rd year, 4th year, 5th year, they are very much on the practical, So they are on, especially they are on their own when they are looking at certain things.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Go on.
Go ahead, Ramli. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. That reminds me, in the morning we talk about internship, right? As part and parcel of your course.
Yeah.
This, to me, if you ask me, internship is a valuable. I don't know how you're doing it right now in terms of setting learning goals from internship. Remember, we talked about you can really practice self-directed learning or heutagogy even, when they go for internship. Because this is where, as they are more mature now, when they go to internship, I don't know, whether you give them the freedom of what they think before they go for internship, decide on what they want to learn based on the company that they're going into, and develop themselves. Because if they do, then you can really apply heutagogy. You can really ask them, okay, look, you decide, you tell me what you want to learn. And then, good, what are your learning goals? All right. Then I want to see
of psychology, Ramli, when they come for the internship, they have few questions,
Right.
They come with the questions either they set by them or the faculty. They need to, they need to have 3 presentation session with the team. They must conduct a survey, on the psychological aspect. And so they have a certain thing which is very much engaging the audience, not just about doing the task. Yeah.
Right. Okay, good. So there's a lot of, I can, do you see, I think there are shades, what you described to me are shades of heutagogy already. There you can see heutagogy happening. Do you see that you can even go even beyond that, making it more pure heutagogy? When I say more pure heutagogy, means that the level of independentness and self-determination is higher.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, so is as the maturity grows, so probably they will do. But as I said, like what you are mentioning, self-directed learning still 50-50, 50% dependent on the supervisor, 50% on the independent.
When you say dependent on supervisor, what is it that they are dependent on?
They are afraid to take a certain, what do you call, they are afraid to do certain things, because if you are looking at a clinical, it's very regulated industry,
I see.
Hospital. So until and unless you certify them, they not take that particular risk, So they still wait for the supervisor to guide them in that sense.
Right.
Yeah, there is a risk involved, basically.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
For clinical cases, maybe there's not much we can do lah. For the non-clinical cases, maybe you have more leeway to actually allow more freedom for them to decide what they want to learn out of the internship, and then you can ask them, so what's your plan? But they still
I also have another question to pose. I'm not sure whether this is the right area or the platform.
If I can answer.
Brenda and Noor also will agree with me. We also have conducted numerous survey interviews and feedback from the students, especially the students who are leaving the organization or their study, especially after the first semester when they join or the first year of they join. So they leave. Many reasons. Right? One of the reasons they always cite that they lose interest in study.
Oh, okay.
I would not say this is their top, but top always is the personal and financial is there. But you will see either third or fourth reason would be they have lost their interest to study.
Did you delve further in the survey? Actually,
no. That's where that maybe Brandon and Noor can enlighten. Why they come in after the first semester, second semester, they lose the interest in study. Is it because of the the design of the course or what?
Yeah, I think that's a great study. We need to find out why. Why do they leave prematurely? Why do they leave prematurely? Because it could be that, I'm not learning what I want to learn, or the approach is not what I like. I don't prefer that approach. So again, it goes to learning strategies. It would be interesting to find out. I wouldn't know the answer.
Brandon, do you agree? It's got to do with something to do with the self-directed or self-determination learning?
You are saying that whether the self-directed learning is required out of them, so that's why they lose the interest, is it?
Do you see a relationship between this and the attrition? Those that leaving because they say they have lost interest in study.
I would say partly is that's the case. One of the reasons that the students actually lose interest is because they do not know that when they enter the college, or the curriculum will be something like they are learning actually. So it's not what they actually expecting from us.
Content-wise, is it? Are you talking about the contents?
Yes, the expectation from the students and also the curriculum itself. Because when they graduated from SPM, they have probably no sense of direction. They will listen, and then they will follow their friends probably to study what interests their friends actually. So when you ask them whether they really want to take up this study, they say that, I do not expect I will be learning so much of chemistry, for example.
I see.
So much of the medical field, for example.
Right.
But of course, there are other reasons, valid reasons like financial and all that.
Yeah. As mentioned by Subra. So Subra, thank you for that enlightenment, Brandon. Knowing our students, SPM leavers, their sense of self-directedness is not fully developed. Brandon is right. I think Brandon tends to be on the right side, because it's actually what boils down would be in terms of the content and interest of the subject, because they might think that this subject is more of chemistry or more of physics or more of biology or whatever, but when they go into it, and then they find that the content is slanting to something that they're not into so much, that kind of thing. So it's not so much, I would say, self-directedness. In a way it is self-directedness, right? It's about me choosing my choice. You're right, like that side. Sorry.
Yeah, because the counselor probably need to play a greater role in this, I would assume. The student counselor.
Yes, correct. So if you look at behaviorism, right? Actually, reinforcement So if a counselor does his job well, even though the person might think that, you know, this is not a subject that the combination of subject doesn't need, is something that I did not expect. But however, if the counselor can have a conversation with the student and make the student see a different perspectives, right? Reinforce the idea that perhaps, you know, it is good for you. You know, you may not like it, but if you can have that conversation with the other person, with the student, and make the person see that in the future, this is what you need. You know, it's true that it's actually coaching. It's actually coaching.
Yeah.
Sometimes they act on, you know, a lot of our students probably act on impulse. I don't like this, you know, but they don't think long term, you know, see a different perspective sometimes, you know. They don't see the value of that particular learning now, but if the counselor or the facilitator have a chat with them and make them see that this is going to be valuable to you, the job market is going to be expanding on this, and you know, this is not what you prefer now, but in the future this is of great demand. If they can see that, that's one way of moving them from not interested to getting more interested and involved, you know, in the different stages. Good discussion, and it's applying these stages into your actual context. Okay, good, thank you. Let's move on. Okay, so just as a guide, right? As a guide, when you talk about grow, he actually said, I want you to focus on here, on the column called teacher here, right? When the person or when the learner is at stage 1, they're very dependent, right? And this is where the lecturer, in your case, act as an authority, you know, authority coach, you know. Whereas if the person moves further up, you don't act as an authority figure. You are motivating them. Yeah. And this is where I think when Subra came up with this issue of attrition, they probably at stage 2, right? And it's not so much they are at stage 2. You want to get them on stage 2. They are getting out of the course because they are not interested, right? So you need to get them interested into the subject before, and you don't want to lose them. I think, correct, Subra? You want to retain as many as possible, yeah, because that is going
to that you mentioned, motivated, but ignorant of subject, like what Brendan has mentioned.
Right. So your counselor need to understand that they need to bring the students at least at stage 2, and this is where the counselor acts as a motivator, right? Motivates them, giving them reasons why they need this. Again, it goes to purpose. I truly believe in purpose. If they can position the causes that this person is about to leave, that it serves a purpose, and if they can see the purpose, they can actually turn around the students instead and giving them second thoughts. You know, if financial is the issue, then you can't do anything about it. But if the finance is not an issue, it could be other issues. They don't see the purpose. Why should I learn this? It's different from what my expectations are. But if the counselor can actually sit down with the learner, the student, and make the students see that, you know, you should be interested in it, because this is what the future holds for you if you master this particular cause. You know, so being a motivator is important for your facilitator or your counselor. So, and stage 3, when they are in stage 3, is easier because they're already involved. So you just facilitate the process, right? Okay, I don't see people in your students in your organization being totally self-directed, not yet anyway. Yeah, but I see you want to reach in your students to be at stage 3, where they are very involved. They have skills and knowledge. They just need a guide on the side, which is the facilitator or the lecturer. And you mentioned, Paul, by the time they go into year 3, year 4, whatever, they become more and more involved already. Okay, make sense?
Ramli,
Yep.
just to divert a bit, just show the earlier slide. I think I might not, just for the benefit for the others as well. No, after this. After this. Yeah. So I think this fits in very well with Ken Blanchard leadership style as well.
Yes, correct.
If you go back to leadership style 1, 2, and 3, and 4, looking at the staff in the context of development. So when there's new staff comes in, like what Brenda has mentioned, so she, of course, has to be very directive, And of course, when they're already in the business, they are more of a motivator than facilitator, the delegator. So it fits in very well with those leadership styles as well. Yeah.
It's all intertwined. That's great sharing, Subra. It's all intertwined. Actually, it's sides of the same coin. Actually. Have you heard of skill wheel matrix?
Yeah.
It's also like this skill wheel matrix. When they are low in skill but high in will. What do you do as a teacher? If they are high skill, high will, you can let them off. You are talking about being level stage 3. So it's similar. Very good sharing. Thank you. Sure. It's all intertwined. Actually, it's sides of the same coin. Different sides of the same coin. All right, this is grow. Let's move on. Finally, before we go for break, let me just quickly go through. There's another theory that we want to talk about, which is DC and Ryan. Again, this is self-determination theory. Let's just look at the video.
Motivation is a tricky thing. How do you get people to do what you want them to do? In this video, we'll show you how to create motivation-rich learning environments without having to rely on monetary rewards or the threat of punishment. Self-determination theory, as popularized by Edward Deci and Richard Ryan, has expanded the way we think about motivation. We now know that motivation isn't just determined by external factors like money, social status, pleasure, and cake. There's an equally important internal aspect to motivation. In fact, internal factors can be enough to motivate us into completely self-determined acts. The theory states that there are 3 innate psychological needs that everybody shares. Everyone wants to feel like they're mastering something. So you need to show learners their progress. You can achieve this by breaking training content down into bite-sized chunks and applying a level structure. Relatedness is an innate need for connection. To cultivate this, you need a learning community where your learners can share their knowledge. Autonomy is the urge to shape your own life. You need to give your learners the opportunity to carve out their own path through your training content. If you can meet your learners' innate psychological needs for competence, relatedness, and autonomy, you'll soon see motivation levels skyrocket. Growth Engineering's mobile learning solution, the Knowledge Arcade, has self-determination theory embedded into its DNA. To find out more, please visit www.growthengineering.com.
Okay, now remember when I showed you the fable, the 6 blind men and the elephant? Subra, I'm a bit disappointed they don't know about the 6 blind men and the elephant. It's these are young people, right?
Yeah, they missed all this elephant story, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Only maybe our time,
Yeah, old timer lah, we all. So remember,
now you do know.
Now you know already, yeah. Okay, good. So even talking about self-directed, you can see from Knowles, you can see from who was it? Grow. Right, you can see now DC and Ryan, they are all looking at self-directed learning but from a different context, right? Knowles talk from the context of andragogy, right? And then we have Hayes and Kenyon talks from the context of heutagogy,
Yeah.
Right? But it's all still self-directed learning. And then we have grow. Grow talks about self-directed learning from the perspective of the stages of self-directedness, but still self-directed. And DC and Ryan talks about self-directed learning from the perspective of what?
Competency, autonomy, and relatedness.
Yes. What is that? He used a magic word. They use a magic word in the video.
Extrinsic.
Intrinsic.
Intrinsic. Betul, Subra. DC and Ryan talks from the perspective of motivation. Motivation. Intrinsic motivation. All adult learners have intrinsic motivation, right? And extrinsic also. Not to say that they only have intrinsic, but they are saying that the intrinsic motivation needs to be addressed. All right. So you can see again, it's the elephant and the six blind men. It's all, the elephant now is self-directed learning, but the blind men are, although they are not blind, knows, grow, right? Hayes and Canyon, and now DC and Ryan. They're looking at different parts of the elephant, but it's the same thing, right? But if you take them all together, you get the wholesome picture, the holistic picture of self-directed learning from all angles, right? Because no one theory can address everything, all right? And you see that, right? So this is what they are saying. They are focusing on intrinsic motivation, right? And the intrinsic motivation, and they call this innate psychological needs, which is basically intrinsic motivation, right? They all adults, right? Self-directed learners, they have this need to accomplish things. That's competence, right? If they don't get, if you are teaching for so long, they have been in your course for so long, but they don't see they are competent, so why do I waste time? Because I want to see mastery, maybe not full mastery, but maybe stage by stage, but at least I get something out of it. Oh, now I'm more master. Now I have mastered the art of what? Maybe mastered the art of, okay, I go back to coaching, easier to remember. I mastered the art of listening, right? I'm a better listener now. So they feel satisfied, you know, so they now they can, okay, I want the next level. So they become more self-directed, right? So they move from stage 1 to stage 2. They're interested, and then they want to learn more. Then they go to stage 3. They're involved. You know, it's all interrelated. Huh? These theories might be looking at different contexts, but they are interrelated and intertwined. And relatedness. People don't like to be alone, basically. They want to interact. Again, this goes to social learning. You know, human beings are social animals. They want to be in a group, right? That's what relatedness is, right? So DC and Ryan says that, you know, self-directed learners, they want to be part of a group, right? And finally, self-directed learners, they want some level of freedom, not total freedom. I don't think they want total freedom necessarily, but they want some level of autonomy to decide how they want to learn and that kind of thing. So allowing for this 3 intrinsic motivation for them, you will allow the self-directed learners to fly, to be better in terms of their learning, right? So talking about that. Yeah, so like I said, if you address all these 3 things, their motivations will get them from level stage 2 of interested to stage 3 of being involved, right? I won't even go to stage 1 because stage 1 is not even self-directed yet. Okay, so you can see that. Do you see that these theories are different, but somehow they're quite similar in a way? They are interrelated. They are like the elephant, right? These people, they see Ryan, they are just like the blind man. They're just looking at one portion of the elephant, but actually it's part of the elephant. So they are all interrelated yet different, you know? Okay. Hope that makes sense in all this theory. I'm trying to, these are different theories, but they're all interrelated. Okay, that's already going into. So these are the 4 sets of self-directed learning theories, right? We have Knowles, we have Hayes and Kenyon, we have Grow, and now we have DC and Ryan. So they're all parts of the same thing, only that they look at different contexts. Okay, make sense?
Yep.
I know there's a lot, it's a lot to absorb in one go. The role of this classroom learning or virtual learning is actually to, this is a 10%. Okay, if you look at the 10, 20, 70, this is a 10 and 20%, I would say, not 70 yet. Yeah. What 10% does is to create interest, is to motivate. Oh, I've never known about self-directed learning. Now I know. Oh, I didn't know there's such a person as DC and Ryan looking into this. Now I know. So 10% is a beginner. It's a beginning thing. It is not the whole thing. It's a spark, if you like. It's a spark. 10% is a spark. So that instead of before this, I don't know, now I know. So people say to know is to love. So if you don't even know, how do you want to love, right? So you need to know all these theories so that you will, like for instance, if I don't know about Vygotsky, I wouldn't know that speech comes before thought is so important, and I love that concept. So because I learn about Vygotsky's, and we'll do that afterwards after break, it makes me interested in the subject and interested in applying it. So when I was in Petronas, I really applied it, and it really works like magic. When I allow for conversations between myself and senior leaders, when I run workshops with them, and when they have conversations among them, which is triggered by me, magic happens. When I say magic happens, everyone's engaged, everyone's eyes opens, and everyone wants to talk. And that's an example of 10%, 20% happening there, and even 70%, right? So let's unless we have something to talk about, so let's go for a break. Okay.
Yep.
Now it's 3:37. What time shall we meet?
We can come back at 4?
4. Is 4 okay for us?
Yeah.
I hope this is not too much.
Yeah.
4 o'clock will do.
Sorry, 4 o'clock will do, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So
Yeah.
take a break. I'm using cognitivism. I'm very aware that people could be overwhelmed. Never mind. Just park what you heard. Don't think too much about it. You can still reflect during the break. Allow for it to come down on you. Because these are all theories. All right. Okay. Thank you. See you at 4.